Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Courtauld. I'm really delighted to see you all here on this sunny Saturday. Thank you for giving up part of your weekend for this event. My name is Tom Nickson. I teach here at the Courtauld, medieval art and architecture, and I'm also formerly the editor of the Journal of the British Archaeological Association. And it's the British Archaeological Association that in some ways, quite apart from supporting this event, has also prompted it because, well, for those who don't know, the British Archaeological Association is confusingly named. It's not exclusively British and not exclusively archaeological, but it's really come to be, in some ways, the UK's leading association for those interested in medieval art, architecture, and archaeology in Britain and Europe, from the Roman period to more or less the 16th century, but also embracing questions of historiography up to the present day. And one of the things that always strikes me at BAA lectures and conferences and study trips is the very wide variety of career paths that members have. I'm struck by the way they found different kinds of careers while simultaneously maintaining their interests in all things medieval. And when I speak to my own students, it's clear to me that actually many of those career paths aren't visible to students. Certainly amongst my own students, I think it's fair to say that they're aware of kind of career paths into universities, they're aware of career paths in kind of big national museums, but it kind of often stops there. And what I hope today we can show is actually there's a very wide variety of other possibilities and ways of making a living whilst also maintaining your interest in all things medieval. When I sent out details of today's event, I got a reply from more than one person joking about careers for medievalists. You know, does such a thing exist? Somebody put a question mark on the title there, and it's true. It's hard, and I don't think anyone here is trying to kid you today about the challenges of finding jobs in this field. It's not easy to make a job, a living as an art historian, an archaeologist, or a curator, and it's even harder in some ways if your interests lie with medieval studies. But I hope that we can offer a kind of optimistic view as well, because I think that although things can look very difficult now, it's important to realise that actually things have been quite difficult for medievalists for many decades. Now we face the kind of legacy of a decade of austerity, a rhetoric that devalues the humanities, a kind of constant presentism, and a kind of new priority, particularly in museums and universities, to simultaneously globalize and decolonize. That can make it feel hard sometimes, feel like there's no space for medievalists. But as I say, while it's easy to look back with a kind of nostalgia or to imagine that things were a lot easier in the past, I don't think that's necessarily true. In the 80s, under Margaret Thatcher, there was a freeze on university hires and almost no jobs going in universities. After the financial crash of 2008, 2009, the impact on the private sector meant there were very few jobs there and very few jobs in the art market. And then, of course, a kind of decade of austerity in this country has meant that the public sector has shrunk even further. And that's not to mention rampant misogyny and other forms of prejudice in various different institutions, some of which has got better, I think, but of course some of it still remains. So it can feel difficult now, but what I want rather than kind of offering a pessimistic view of this, I want to say that the people speaking to you today have found ways to overcome those challenges and actually find fulfilling careers that also allow them to maintain their interests in medieval studies. So before we pass on, I just want to do kind of a few practicalities to explain how the day will work. There are no fire drills planned today, so if the fire alarm goes, we'll have to go downstairs through the stairs at the end of the corridor and meet in the courtyard. There's one disabled toilet just to the left. Well, if you turn left, it's on the right-hand side here, but there are quite a lot more on the floors above and below, and you can reach them from the stairs just on the left-hand side. This is my kind of air host moment. Lunch and tea are going to be served upstairs in our cafe, and one of the reasons for asking people to pay a small amount of money to come today was partly to make sure people did show up, because that's difficult sometimes when these things are free, but also because I wanted us to be able to have lunch and tea together, for people not to have to kind of disappear in search of a sandwich, and so that we can have that opportunity to chat and so on. And I have to say, we've got new caterers at the Courtauld, and the food's actually surprisingly quite nice. So it's not what you might expect of university catering in days gone by. I want to particularly thank our chairs and speakers for giving up their Saturdays. I think this might be the first sunny Saturday in 6 months. But they've come today, and I'm really grateful to them for taking this time. This day is going to be recorded, or at least the talks are going to be recorded. And for that reason, slightly frustratingly, I have to ask that the speakers stay near here, near to this mic, so that you get picked up properly. But I should also warn you that there are other mics around the room, and they do sometimes pick up kind of scandalous gossip. So don't do too much of that. Or do, but you know, it's up to you. Don't blame me. I've divided the day into 4 sections. And you might see that the plan is that at the end, there's going to be a little bit of time for discussion, there's going to be a little bit of time for a kind of comfort break between the first and second and third and fourth sessions. But at the end, I think it's at 4 o'clock, we'll have this breakout. And what I suggest is that we will divide into 4. So I might invite the speakers first to go and get their kind of coffee, cake and so on, so they're kind of done upstairs. And then we will do is we will, anyone who's interested in, let me just get my thing, those who are particularly interested in teaching, so panel A, will kind of congregate at the back of this room, and that I hope will just give you a chance to speak on a more one-to-one basis. For anyone who's kind of interested in those, you can go up and find the kind of teaching groups here. The publishing group will have kind of down at the bottom of this room. So again, if you're interested in publishing opportunities, you can come down to the bottom. And then panel C, museums and markets, will have up at one end of the cafeteria upstairs and the heritage management at another end of that room, so that you can kind of move around but find people from those panels. And speak to them, ask them questions. Those sessions won't be recorded, so if people are being, if the speakers are being more diplomatic in their kind of presentations behind the podium here, it may be that they can be more frank with you in those kind of conversations afterwards. And I hope that those can be fueled as well by caffeine and cake, and make that more appealing somehow. I should say that there are some, you know, this doesn't pretend to offer all the careers available to you. You don't have to stay in this kind of field, obviously, and medievalists have gone on to lots of other careers in lots of other fields. But there are some particular kind of aspects of today that I just couldn't find a speaker for. So I wanted one of my former PhD students, Matilda Grimaldi, some of you might know. She does these fabulous illustrations for scholars and reconstruction. She's a kind of an artist, and she brought to that her kind of knowledge of medieval art and architecture, and has carved out a really interesting career. She's based in Italy and she couldn't come today, but I kind of wanted to acknowledge that that was one possible route that we haven't got today. I wanted someone from TV as well, but all the TV personalities were too busy to join us. That's not fair. They were very nice, actually, but they couldn't come. But that, of course, is an option, and I think there might be some people today who've kind of dabbled in kind of TV stuff. Someone was mentioning to me as well the other day that podcasts are kind of a big thing. They listen to lots of kind of medieval podcasts, and actually those can be to some extent monetized as well. But I kind of thought about that too late to invite someone, so we haven't got that. So this doesn't purport to be a kind of offer the complete suite of available options to you, but I hope it will give you some ideas and also encourage you to think about how you can prepare for possible careers and keep options open as well. I think what you will hear, I suspect, and I don't know what people are going to say, but I suspect one thing you'll hear, these things are often unpredictable. Opportunities come up, and what you want to do is, in a way, kind of keep open-minded and agile and able to seize those opportunities when they come. So I wanted to just finish with two brief plugs. One, I've already talked about the British Archaeological Association, and they've really worked very hard in recent years to support kind of new generations of members through a number of scholarships and study days and so on. You can get a student membership. I can't see how much it is now here. £20.
£15.
£15 is there. £15. Look at that there. You see, look, the secretary has just walked in. It's very reasonable. You get access to a number of events, lectures that take place at the Sergeant of Antiquaries, study trips, and so on. You get access to the journal. There are a number of scholarships available for the annual conferences. But more than anything, I think it gives you kind of access to a community of people who are interested in medieval studies, but also, as I say, who have found a very wide variety of careers and ways to sustain and maintain those interests. The other website that I wanted to, or group that I wanted to draw your attention to, and Roisin, I think, if her train is not delayed too long, is going to talk about this a little bit as well, is Medieval Art Research, which is a website that was set up by some Courtauld students, I guess about a decade ago now, and which really tries to be a kind of a forum for promoting events and opportunities, funding opportunities in the UK and beyond. It's run by volunteers. Roisin kind of really oversees it, but a number of people, I think, here in this room have at various stages help to kind of post events and so on. And it's, I think, a really useful forum for people, finding out about information, but for those who have helped to kind of run this, it's also useful as a way of finding out about events. It's something good for your CV and so on. But I will let Roisin talk about that in more detail. So it's just gone 10:30. We're going to turn to our first panel today. Some of our speakers have PowerPoints, a lot of them don't, but this first session is really thinking about teaching in different forms of teaching. I should say as well that I've asked the speakers to describe a little bit about their kind of trajectory, how they got to the point they arrived at. I've asked them where they feel able to speak frankly about salaries and fees, and actually, what a career looks like in their particular sector, to offer any tips and so forth, and try to get a mixture of speakers, some speakers who have very recently graduated and are kind of freshly experienced what it's like to come onto the job market, and also people who are more established in their careers and maybe on the other side of the kind of interview tables, who are involved in recruiting and also can speak to what they are looking for. The chairs also will say something, introduce themselves, because they too have an interest in these fields. And to that end, I should say, as I'm chairing this first session on teaching, that as well as teaching here at the Courtauld and previously at the University of York, I've been now on a kind of fair number of recruitment panels for different posts in medieval studies and others, and have, I hope, some kind of insight into that process. But I'm going to introduce or welcome now our first speaker, who is Julian Luxford from University of St Andrews, who's been on more than a few recruitment panels and will talk today about teaching opportunities and work opportunities at universities. So thanks, Julian.
Okay, Tom, thank you very much. We're starting at 10:33, I know. I've written something down because otherwise I won't stick to time and I won't make all the points that I want to make. We're going to have these breakout sessions, so-called, later on. But if I say anything that interests one or two people here or more, then just feel free to get in touch with me by email with my name and University of St Andrews into a search engine. You'll find it, and I'm very happy to correspond with people on things I say. Okay, so Tom has asked that I speak about universities and that all speakers address certain points, and he just alluded to that. But before I start talking about those points, I'm going to make a few preliminary remarks about universities, working in universities. Most of the remarks aren't specifically relevant to medievalists, but they're as relevant to medievalists as anyone else. For present purposes, I interpret universities to mean fellowships and academic posts that involve research and or teaching. Of course, there are curating posts in universities as well, and perhaps I can speak to people, individually later on about that. I mean, our current head of museums at St Andrews is Katie Eagleton, is a medievalist. She's one of the most powerful administrators in the university, and she did a PhD on medieval culture, material culture at Cambridge. So, that's another aspect of it. But I'm mainly thinking about teaching and research posts. I hope that some people here, would like to go and work in a university, and that they're enthusiastic at the thought, even if you pretend to be diffident about it in the face of what seem like very daunting challenges and huge competition. Whether or not that's true of you, I don't think you should be put off by what appear to be tough conditions. It's a doubtful privilege of each generation to think that it has it harder than the previous one. But just to go back to something Tom said, it's not true. There are perhaps more opportunities in art history and for medievalists, particularly early career researchers, than there have been in the past. And that's largely thanks to the availability of things, limited availability, but availability of things like Leverhulme Trust early career fellowships, and the Courtauld supports its graduates very well. I know not everybody here has been at Courtauld, but if you are, then you have a very good support structure here. And it doesn't mean it's easy, but what I say is that it's not more difficult. And so these sort of negative apprehensions about, oh, it's so tough, and that can actually exert a sort of chilling effect on the way one thinks about careers. Actually, I'd encourage you to be optimistic and to work on the assumption that it is perfectly possible, regardless of your age and what you think about yourself. Remember that academic posts don't necessarily go to the brightest candidates. In fact, universities are full of second and third academics on permanent contracts, or second and third order scholars, Of course, it pays to be in the right place at the right time, but you don't have any control over that. What you have to do is to skill up, put a lot of work into applications, remain on good terms with your supervisors and your supporters, build up a support network. That's very important. The road to academia is strewn with people who have fallen out with their supervisors and don't get on with them and don't have much of a support base behind them. Support base is extremely important. And put a lot of work into application, persevere, do a lot of collateral things, para-academic things to get your CV into shape. If after a while you're not getting interviewed and not getting shortlisted, you might need to reassess your options. But that's true of all coveted career paths that I can think of. It's not unique to academia. Okay, so to Tom's questions, and the first is to outline my own career trajectory. I'm not sure that that's much practical use. because each of us is inimitably placed in the world. But I'll make a few brief points. So I went to university aged 26, and for undergraduate, started undergraduate at 26, and I graduated when I was 30. I worked very hard, and I loved doing it. It's partly because I was older, I suppose, and I had an idea of what I wanted to do, and not an idea of my career. I had no clue about that, but I knew I wanted to do this essay, on Van Eyck or whatever it was, and it's completely obsessional about it. It's gratified. I like to be patted on the head for getting good marks by academic mentors and peers, and it was great. So all that played into why I worked so hard. I was very lucky to be taught by someone who suggested that I apply for scholarships to come to the UK. I was at a suburban university in Melbourne, in Australia, and I'd never even thought of, and wouldn't have if I hadn't had a mentor who suggested that I do this, and then who had sufficient clout in the scholarly community to write me effective references. And then, I was lucky enough to get a scholarship. So I came to the UK in 1998. I went to Cambridge University. I spent 5 years there, first doing PhD and then doing a postdoc in a Cambridge college. Those postdocs are possible options for people finishing PhDs here. So they're hard to get, and there's a sort of idea in the Courtauld that Courtauld people don't get them, but it's not true. You can occasionally get one, but they're very selective. I gave up the postdoc after 15 months to go to work at the University of St Andrews, and I arrived there on the coldest day of January 2004. So I've been there 20 years. I've loved it. Had a happy, fulfilling career, which I'm extremely grateful. The only potentially useful thing in that for people sitting here is the advice that you should abandon any temporary position you're lucky enough to get to take a permanent one. You should always go where there's security, job security, because then you'll have a perch. If you want to go elsewhere after that, you'll have a perch, and you can from which to jump off. The other thing, I suppose, that arises from what I just said is not to be afraid to travel to take up a post if your personal circumstances allow it. Some people can't. But if you think you're only good enough to work in a London institution or Oxbridge, then you're probably going to get what's coming to you. Okay, so Tom's points 2, 4 and 6, salaries, opportunities for career progression, and the skills that are sought in new employees, I think can be taken together for present purposes. Salaries first. I mean, people who go into university jobs in order to make money, primarily to make money, are extremely few, and possibly they belong in some sort of home. But with that said, academic posts are pretty well paid. They're paid above the national average. Pay scales differ depending on when you are in the UK, where you are in the UK. Education has evolved, and so policies are different, but they're largely the same. In England, a university lecturer with a PhD can expect to start on what's called grade 7, and current salaries for grade 7 people range between the high 30s and the mid 40s in thousands of pounds. That's a gross salary, of course. And promotion in academia is relatively easy, if you do the right things. It's not like most walks of life. If you do the right things, so you publish, you do good research, and you do a bit of grant application, then the amount of money you get can increase considerably over a decade. The new employee, regardless of her or his post, will always have a PhD. You'll see a lot of job advertisements saying must have a PhD or be close to completing one. Close to completing one means very close indeed, and in fact you're at a material disadvantage if you haven't had your viva by the time you apply for your job. With that said, people do get jobs. We've hired people at St Andrews in the last 5 or 6 years, 2 people who didn't actually have their PhD yet, and it's very hard to complete a PhD once you're in a post. So people who are doing the hiring know that, and they're very chary about doing it. You should also have done a modicum of teaching. The Courtauld, again, is very good at offering opportunities for that, and I hope that if there are people who are not in the Courtauld and working in places, universities, that they do have an opportunity to do a bit of teaching. But it's a law of diminishing returns, so a little bit on your CV will look as good as a whole pile of it as a rule. You should have published at least something, and this is a slightly tricky issue because some supervisors don't like their students to publish. But I think, and this is a personal view, that quantity matters a bit more than quality at the beginning of your career. Some people think, oh, I can't put this out there, it's not ready. But in fact, you have to show what someone once called signs of life. You have to show that you're willing to do more than just sit there and do one task, a PhD. If you can have a CV that has a little bit of teaching, a couple of publications, don't need to be in the art bulletin or something, but in somewhere or other, and a little bit of organisation and conference organisation or so forth, and importantly, some collateral activity. The British Archaeological Association is a good example of something that you can get involved with and will give you opportunities for doing work which does actually look good and is beneficial for that reason, but which you just wouldn't get as a PhD student in an institution. Then I think that's a good idea. Yeah, and you should always discuss your applications with your academic mentor. Keep your friends closer, your supervisor closer. I think that's very important. Okay, very quickly then, let's just spurt through this, what the job involves. Research and teaching are the main things, and you'll all know about research. You know what that involves. Many academics think research is the most important thing they do. It isn't. It's the funnest thing, but it's not the most important. Humanities subjects, they don't get very much money out of academic research. It's mainly out of teaching fees. For some reason, that research is still treated as a matter of great prestige in the humanities, but it's mainly just for bragging rights between universities. It doesn't bring in very much money as a rule. There are a few exceptions to that, but basically it's not like the sciences. Teaching is a different matter. That's where the humanities contribute most to the budgets of the university and the income of the universities. Increasingly, academic posts are teaching-only ones, and that's going to go on. There's going to be more and more of that, and so-called education-focused posts. If you get a post like that, then it can often be commuted into a teaching and research post later on, so it's worth remembering that. If you get an opportunity to apply for a teaching-only post and say, oh, they're not going to let you write any articles or anything, don't worry about that. Take the teaching-only post and see what comes. Administration is the third thing that academics have to do. Much of it's admin in support of teaching and research, but increasingly it's related to the audit culture, or else it's useless, busy work. This uptick in administrative work isn't going to reduce anytime soon. It's going to increase. And it's because universities are employers primarily of non-academic staff. Most universities, my university employs almost 3 times more administrative staff than it does academic staff. And there's good reasons for this. I mean, the universities have been placed in an increasingly difficult position by governments. They're expected to take on all sorts of roles that formerly the public service or councils performed before austerity, So universities are having to have duties of care which they didn't have before. And the government is always coming up with initiatives about well-being or, EDI, which, are good in principle, but universities have to do their bit, and they need a lot of people, administrative people, to do this work for them. So that's the main reason why administration is increasing. Unfortunately, university administration isn't a collateral phenomenon. It doesn't grow up beside the core business of the university, which is teaching and research. It's more like a sort of, forgive the analogy, but it's more like a sort of cancer. It sort of grows through the organism, and it has to, because the administrators rely on data extracted from academics in order to produce, meaningful figures. So increasingly, when I went into academia, we were told that about 40% of your time is research, what a luxury, eh? And about 30% is teaching, and about 20% is admin, or so-called service, and then there's other little bits and pieces that you can deploy as you like. I think now that administration is probably as time-consuming as teaching. I think that's probably about enough. I'm sure you're all signed up to Jobs ACAC, which is a website for people who are interested in academic careers. Jobs ACAC is good, and there are others as well, and some people will here will know quite a lot about that. I'll just end with a word of encouragement. The academic post in the humanities for a medievalist, as much as anyone else, is the sort of job that shouldn't really exist anymore. It brings in a good salary. Normally, it brings a high level of job satisfaction. It sets up excellent post-retirement opportunities, you know, to go on doing what you love most after you retire, but also opportunities for going on earning income after you retire. And the timetables are remarkably flexible for most academics. It's a very family-friendly or carer-friendly sort of career to go into. We've got a colleague, a man named Philip Lindley, who wouldn't mind mentioning him, who is an expert on medieval British sculpture. And he said to me once, he said, we were talking about the salaries, and he was saying, it costs a lot, the cost of living and all that. He said, I had a sister who went into banking, and to London into banking. And I said to him, Philip, you wouldn't really want to do that. He gave his haunted look. He said, I would, I'd take the shilling nowadays. But, you know, I don't think I don't think he really meant it. And I don't think that on their deathbed, many academics would think, I'm going to go on into the city. So that's all I'll say.
Well, thank you, Julian, for characteristically kind of frank assessments. And now I'm going to invite John McNeill, who another BA stalwart, who's also kind of managed to forge this unique kind of portfolio career in a way of doing different forms of teaching, and is going to talk about tour guiding and maybe some other things. So thanks, John.
Well, thank you very much. As Julian's already alluded to, then we were given, you know, a sort of little menu of things that it would be a good idea for us to address. And the sort of world that I came into was a very different sort of world, really, in the sort of late 70s, the early 1980s, and I slightly sort of drifted, really, into extramural education. I drifted into it because I was a student here, or rather actually not here, but a Courtauld student. And I was recruited by the then head of art history in the extramural department at London University. The university actually did quite a lot of teaching in those days. It had these big freestanding departments. The extramural department was one of them. It's actually its largest department. And I sort of rather enjoyed it. And what I'm going to say about tour guiding, tour leading, cultural tourism really sort of follows on from that. There's a very close relationship, really, between extramural education, the sort of people you get on cultural tours, and what you might describe as mixed ability teaching, which is really at the sort of heart of what it is that you do. And it was through an extramural class that I was then sort of recruited by a man called Martin Randall, who just turned up at one of my classes and asked if I'd be sort of interested in taking a tour. I don't really want this to become sort of panegyric for Martin Randall, but Martin Randall transformed cultural tourism in a really quite dramatic way over the course of the 1980s. It's largely due to him that the whole thing was sort of professionalised. And before that, I mean, really, sort of late 70s, cultural tourism basically consisted of, you know, retired archbishops of Canterbury talking about the origins of Christianity in the Eastern Mediterranean, or the Disney professor of archaeology at the University of Cambridge taking a load of alumni around sites in Libya. That was essentially it. And below that, at a sort of strata below that, I instructed myself I should not tell too many anecdotes, but I remember once being in a hotel in Siena, and I was approached by a rep for Swan Hellenic asking if I'd be interested in taking some cultural tours for them. And I sort of said, yeah, what's the salary? You know, what do you actually pay for it? They said, well, actually, we'd like to encourage you to sort of dress well for dinner, so we'll cover your laundry bill. And we also like you actually to mix with the client, so we'll cover your bar bill. And that's it, really. So it's really sort of quite exploitative as such. And Martin stepped into that, and he simply professionalised. He decided that you really need to pay people properly, the sort of people who can communicate different in the way you want. There's a different market out there, which is the sort of extramural market, and building on that extramural market, he then really began to sort of up the ante altogether. So the situation you have now is, in fact, you can be reasonably well paid. I mean, there is a sort of scale of pay for the sort of tour leader, which sort of runs, it sort of starts at about, it should start in the sort of high 200s a day, but it should really be about 300 a day. And then you ought to be getting about £350 a day, which might sound quite a lot to you, until you begin to realise that in fact there's a limit to how many of these tours in fact you can do. So you can't really build a full-time career out of tour leading, but it's a very useful, not supplement, it's a very useful sort of bedrock if actually you then want to do a freelance career as such, because the amount of pay that you'll actually get for extramural teaching will be significantly less than that. I mean, it actually became almost derisory, I would say, in the sort of 2000s, 2010s. You know, it sort of started to climb a bit. It's become slightly more realistic, but nonetheless, it isn't enough really to sort of build anything on as such. How they work, how cultural tours work, I mean, there has been a massive expansion, obviously, in that, and that sort of model that Martin really sort of pioneered, which is that you're very, very punctilious about the sorts of itineraries that you run and you actually put together. And as part of this professionalisation, then every tour now actually has a tour manager as well as a lecturer or a tour guide as well. And there are quite a few companies now that have taken over from that. It's had a knock-on effect in the Anglophone world as well, you know, because the American organisations that are actually doing this have started to move in the same sort of direction. I mean, they're slightly different in the sense that most of the American companies that do this are really attached to, they tend to become out of the friends of particular museums. So Friends of the Smithsonian, Friends of the Metropolitan, and so on. Those tend to be the organisations that are actually doing it. And they used to do the same thing. They used to sort of recruit and underpay postgraduate students in order to take people around. There was a dissatisfaction, really, with that on the part of the clients, largely, but also really on the part of the postgrads who felt they were getting a bit of a raw deal and they were being pushed into doing things that were slightly outside their comfort zone. But that has sort of had a sort of knock-on effect. How they work, well, everything is really sort of set up initially by the company. So hotels are booked, restaurants are sort of organised, you know, sort of opening times and so on are checked. And the tour manager takes responsibility for the pastoral side of things. And you, the lecturer, are the sort of communicator in chief, really. So that the tour manager will hold whatever money you need for your admissions, they'll sort out restaurants, dietary requests, and they are essential if you have a crisis, which occasionally erupts. It's usually a health crisis. It's usually somebody falling very badly ill and having to go to hospital, and therefore you divide it. So having two people is absolutely essential on those things. And what you do as a lecturer is you sort of talk wisely and knowledgeably and engagingly, really, about where you are and why you are where you are. And you need to be able to sort of talk about the big things. I mean, you need to be able to talk about, you know, sort of patronage, religion, urban development, urban structure, institutions, artistry, style, and so on. But also, you want to get people to look while you're there. That's a sort of real key, in fact. So sort of, you know, talk about details as well. Even invent, you know, sort of try to understand that from their perspective, where most things actually are new, they're not necessarily connected. They may be connected in your mind, but they're not necessarily connected in their mind. And so you need actually to be able to make some of those connections. And as you all doubtless know, I mean, sort of history isn't just a sort of set of disconnected data as such. There are narratives to be drawn out of it, and people like stories. So to a certain extent, you're actually a storyteller. Not a fabulous, but actually you do need to make these sorts of connections, and doing it via details as well as big sort of structural things is helpful. You'll pick up on that, I'm sure, if actually you get interested in doing this. It can be deeply rewarding, in fact, can that, because you learn a lot yourself. You get to see a lot, although your eyes aren't really your own, at least not in the early stages of that sort of, you need to build experience before actually you can start to indulge yourself as well as everybody else who's there. It came as a surprise to me, sort of quite late on actually in doing this, that most tour guides or lecturers didn't really devise their own itineraries, at least in outline. I was staggered that people, in fact, didn't do. And most of them were sort of off-the-peg itineraries, which you generated within these things. But it is an opportunity, actually, to widen your perspectives and actually start to talk about things that you yourself really do find interesting. Devise itineraries. If you have a sort of taste for travel, you'll get into it really relatively quickly, and you'll get into the sort of logistics, the organisational side of it. You need to be interested in people, I would say. It's absolutely important. I mean, if your idea of heaven is sort of sitting in a library talking to absolutely nobody and not eating for 4 days, it's just not for you. But if actually you sort of like engagement, not complete engagement, as it were, because you can be devouring. Sort of people want a bit of you, and you need to be a little bit careful sometimes about giving a lot of yourself there. You need a certain sort of privacy to it. But in that sense, actually, it is interesting. You meet interesting people as well. There are interesting people that really sort of come on these tours, and they're usually with you. And as I say, they're usually very, very supportive. When you do hit problems, and you will hit problems on tours. I mean, all sorts of unexpected problems. Along with the weather. There are different ways of sort of coping with 8 days of rain in central France. But it can. You have to keep people's spirits up really as well while you're doing it. I wouldn't say there's a career trajectory. I would say it's part of a sort of freelance life. I mean, what happened to me in the sort of early 1980s is almost simultaneously. Then I sort of started doing some extramural teaching. I was asked to do a tour, and then ANC Black, who at that time published the Blue Guides, asked if I'd do a Blue Guide to Normandy. All of these things sort of happened together, pretty much, and that persuaded me that a freelance career was viable. If it hadn't happened in that way, I'm not quite sure what I would have done. I take Julian's rejoinder. Actually, I don't think I would have gone into banking. I think I would have persisted in some way. But as I say, it's not a sort of bedrock. Touring is a bedrock if you've got other things that you can do and make out of it. It's also a stepping stone, possibly, to all sorts of other things. Because it is sort of interesting in itself. And you need to pace yourself as well. I mean, it needs to be said that it's a seasonal occupation, is this sort of tour guiding. You're not actually going to do very much in the winter with that. It's going to be something that unless you're interested in South America or different sort of long distance travel, really, then most of what you're going to do will be in Europe, and it will be really between sort of March and October. There are certain months in the year which are enormously popular. Almost everything seems to happen in May and October now. So actually you need to spread things out a little bit. I think I'd probably wind up there.
John, could you say something, if you have any, about getting into it? I don't know.
How to get into it? Yeah, write to them. Get in touch with them. Go on to, as far as Martin Randall is concerned, then just Google Martin Randall travel, and it will come up. There are other sorts of posts that they offer. I mean, many of you, I'm sure, have language skills. They're very interested in people with language skills. They're very interested in employing them on a full-time basis within the office. And they also want you to actually have cultural interests, the sort of interest in the tools that they're actually doing. It's no good if you don't have those. So they're not really looking for out-and-out linguists. They're actually looking for postgraduate art history or archaeology or music students who want that. There are a couple of jobs actually on their website at the moment, which are there. Those salaries are different. Their starting salary actually for somebody who's working in the office is about to go up. It's advertised at 26,000, but it's probably going to be close to 30, and you have to do that really for a year, and then it will rise a little from that. There are also tour managers, and they don't get as much. They get about £200 a day, roughly speaking. And again, language is essential depending on where it is that you're going. At the moment, they're looking for a Spanish speaker at Martin Randall, but different organisations will be looking for different sort of people. And in terms of actual sort of tour guiding, or tour leading, then I'd just say you're interested. You like to sort of talk to somebody. You like to talk to somebody in the organisation. They're usually on the lookout for new people. And cultural tourism is actually changing in the sense that mass tourism is making a big impact on what it is that you can do, where you want to go, who feels comfortable, where it is that you're actually going. So areas, places less visited, if actually it's practicable, are really the future of cultural tourism, I would say. So that means Central Europe in particular, Germany, loads and loads of sort of interesting places. As a medievalist, you have an enormous advantage. And your advantage is that the settlement patterns in Europe are fundamentally medieval, or rather the Middle Ages have an enormous impact on that. So whereas medieval studies is very much a minority discipline in university history departments or archaeology departments or art history departments, it's not when it comes to cultural tourism. It's a primary resource, really. Medievalists are people they really want in those situations.
Thank you very much, John. And I like many people in this room, I've done a bit of tour guiding as well. I did it all through my MA and PhD. I would really recommend it as a quite rewarding thing to do, but also to underline what John was saying about contacting them. There's quite a lot of churn in some guiding companies because it's quite hard to do lots of trips when you've got family and so on. But if you've got the freedom to do that, they're always looking for new people, and it's really worth just contacting them directly. And lots of them, quite often people contact me looking for jobs for tour guiding things. So there is demand out there. Our last speaker in this session is Sally Dormer, who leads the V&A's educational programmes and is going to speak about freelancing and museum teaching. So thank you, Sally.
Thank you, Tom. This has been a rather odd experience putting this 15 minutes together because it's made me realise just how long I've been doing what I've been doing. It's made me feel very old, so thanks, Tom, for that. I have pursued a freelance career, a sort of patchwork of freelance teaching activities for, 30 years now, having finished a PhD here at the Courtauld with the great John Loudon back in 1991. And prior to that, I did the 2-year MA here, and before that, I did a history degree at Durham University. And I suppose I have pursued two main backbones to what I've been interested in. And I ought to say right at the beginning, I think that I still love what I do. I've had a wonderful 30 years, and I hope to carry on as long as I don't lose my marbles at some point. So the two things that have characterised my freelance teaching has on the one hand been working at Victoria and Albert Museum at the V&A. And I began a role there really rather fortuitously through my great aunt's best friend's son-in-law. And I tell you that not to make the point that it's good to have contacts, but just to say that you don't always know how meeting someone is going to influence where you end up. So it's worth taking any opportunities that you have in order to make an inroad into a potential future role. So I started working at the V&A in my undergraduate holidays on the information desk. And then when I came to London to the Courtauld, I started doing talks there, and I'm now one of their course directors and lecturers, and I work on 1 day a week, year-long courses, short courses, and this is teaching adults, interested adults, of whom there are many, and what John was saying about extramural departments, so there are lots of well-qualified, highly intelligent people who know nothing about art history and are fascinated by it and wish to learn more. So at the V&A I teach adults who pay to do courses. And I'd say teaching level there is sort of first year undergraduate, second year undergraduate level. That's the kind of pitch of content. And as a lecturer, you not only get to teach both PowerPoint sessions and seminars and gallery sessions and object handling sessions, so you get access to the collections, but you also have the opportunity, if, as not at the moment, but in the past, the V&A has offered certificates for courses to do seminar work and grading written work. And in fact, I want to make a plug for the fact that V&A students have gone on to do great things, having done particularly the year courses that the V&A offers. Teresa Lane, some of you I'm sure knows, she started by doing a course at the V&A, having had a legal career before that, and has now gone on to great things. So too Jane Stewart and Abby Brown. There are lots of opportunities for teaching people who then very excitingly go off and do further study for themselves. In terms of what my role at the V&A involves, in addition to the teaching role, I contract lecturers, so you end up having fingers in amongst the other professionals in your world who are teachers. You liaise with curatorial colleagues, and of course you have close contact with students. And there is a fair amount of administration involved. I don't think you can really hope to just teach, although teaching is the thing that, certainly for me, enthuses me most. Being a good administrator is part of a teaching role, being efficient at being an administrator. I was talking to Sophia at the beginning, it's quite satisfying when you can make sure that administrative tasks are completed, however boring and tedious they might be at other points. Museum teaching is, well, like all of these things, I think for the medieval period, it's not at the forefront. You need to engage people who, once they understand the intricacies and fascination of the Middle Ages, then never look back. But it's not quite the same as if you're a Renaissance art historian. Having said that, I think that's all the more reason to push to, if you're passionate about the medieval period, to find a way of getting into museums. Reminding museums of the Middle Ages are incredibly important and worth pursuing. But sadly, museum teaching is increasingly becoming a more commercial activity. To give you some idea of that, when I started working there, I was part of what was called the education department. We then became learning and visitor services, and in the last month we have been removed from learning and are now under the commercial department umbrella. So there's no doubt that the way that museums organise their education is heavily underpinned by a need to make money. But that doesn't mean that within that context there is not room for more scholarly roles and interests. So just pursue, if that's your dream, that's what you should push for. And it gives you the opportunity to work with objects, which is immensely satisfying. I've also been involved with the American undergraduate scene. For 20 years I was Dean of an undergraduate programme that was a 16-week study abroad semester sponsored by 2 liberal arts universities in Tennessee, something that came to an end during COVID. And there I was involved both teaching and organising, contracting faculty, dealing with the bureaucracy of the university back at home in the US, which was not always the most straightforward part of my role, then dealing with students and parents, which could often be rather difficult. I'd like to endorse what John was saying about if you're trying to put together a freelance career which involves teaching, you do need to like people. And it's no good finding people annoying and frustrating. You have to be willing to deal with all sorts of different people. I felt very fortunate in that I've had a career where I've taught on the one hand undergraduates who are thirsty for knowledge, but because they're often not paying for their own courses, their interest has a sort of cut-off point. They'll start to look at their watches 5 minutes before a lecture is supposed to end. Whereas adults who are paying for courses and learning will keep going. You know, they will suck you dry, as John said, because they are avid learners. But it's wonderful having a combination of those two. But undoubtedly, people are difficult, and you have to be someone who likes working with people, I think, to make that work. Universities in the States are sadly moving away from a focus on the humanities, and particularly on the Middle Ages. Many American university history departments, English departments, art history departments now start teaching at the Renaissance and beyond, but don't look back prior to that. But there are still some who do, and American universities pay much better than English ones, so it is worth exploring those possibilities. There are a number of universities who have programs that take place in cities like Oxford. I'm happy to talk to anyone who is interested in pursuing that sort of opportunity later on. I've managed to fit in other freelancing teaching roles in between these two main focuses, so you should know about things like the Art Society, formerly known as NADFAS, which has a directory of lecturers, which you have to go through certain hoops in order to get onto, but can then be very lucrative in terms of going off, catching a train to somewhere in the UK or on continental Europe to give lectures to interested people who you don't follow up, you don't have the chance to mark their work and teach them in seminars, but it's more bread and butter lecturing, but nevertheless satisfying. Things like the Art Fund, the London Art History Society, this is affiliated with Birkbeck and grew out of the extramural society, and things like Gresham College. There are lots of opportunities if you are willing to sort of dance around between a number of different institutions to produce a patchwork of work. I've said in terms of skills needed, I think you have to have a passion for your subject. You have to be confident at speaking. You need obviously to get some practice at doing that, but I think you probably know from the outset whether this is something that you really like doing or not. You have to be tolerant and well organised. You're not going to make a mint of money on a freelance teaching career, focusing on the Middle Ages. But I would say if you are willing to work hard on feast years, you can probably think of something like £50,000. In terms of a breakdown of figures, lecture fees differ wildly. So at museum institutions, an hour-long PowerPoint lecture will be something like £140. But for something like NADFAS, where once you accrue experience, you can ask something like £400. So there's a vast differential there. The kind of trajectory that I've followed, where I didn't set out knowing exactly what I wanted to do, but was given the opportunity to teach by someone at the V&A and then discovered that I loved it, is one very much where one thing leads to another. And in a sense that's stressful because you are dependent on your performance, as it were, in order for one job to lead to another. But that is how it works. So I would say that you should make lots of contacts if this is the kind of work that you are interested in pursuing. Send your CVs to museum education departments. Talk to people who you know are working in that kind of environment. Because there are ways to start. You need to get your toe in the door, but once people have listened to you teach and understood that you're rigorous but passionate about your subject, you will then be able to build work. Job satisfaction is very high because you are indulging your own interest and you have a high level of control over how you do that. You avoid getting involved in institutional bureaucracy because you, in doing what I've done, at least manage to avoid being too much tied to one institution. You have to be good at juggling because you'll be talking with different kinds of audiences, and inevitably if you pursue a freelance career, sometimes it will be a season of feast and you will just have so much work you don't know how to cope with it, but you find a way of doing it. Equally, sometimes there'll be periods of famine when you need to work harder at trying to promote yourself and what you do. But it is a very flexible way of working. I've got one son who's now at university. I've been able to tailor what I do to be around for a fairly large amount of his childhood, apart from on occasion going off and doing the odd study tour, which I too do for not Martin Randall, but another organisation called Art Pursuits, which again I would recommend getting in touch with if you're interested in doing that sort of work. So make contacts, send out your CVs, talk to people if you are interested, because it is possible to patch together a freelance career in the Middle Ages. And 30 years on, I still love what I do. So I hope to continue doing it. It's a career that, again, as John said, has a longevity to it, which is also worth thinking about.
Thank you so much, Sally. So what we're going to try now, and I don't really know how it's going to work because we've not done one of these before, but is I'm going to invite John and Julian and Sally to come up here and answer any questions that you might have. As I said, there will be an opportunity, if you've got kind of more kind of individual questions, as it were, to ask later in the afternoon. Let's try, let's see if we have questions. I should say, I'm also, a few different websites and organisations have been mentioned. I'm going to try and keep a list of these and then maybe circulate them because I think there's some quite useful things there. So let's see if anyone has any questions. If not, we've got a bit of a break before our next panel, so you can get a fresh air as well. But, okay.
Yeah, I have two questions which I think are both relevant to Sally and John. And I was wondering how many tours or courses a year you sort of roughly do, and do you have the intellectual property on the course that you design in such a way that you could teach the same thing for several institutions?
You want to go first? Go.
Okay. Yes, I have the intellectual ownership of what I teach, and you can recycle. And in fact, I think you need to recycle, you agree? In order to make a freelance career work. So once you've been doing it for a while, the material that you teach when you're doing a study tour can then be recycled and used to enrich material that you're doing on a course. So it all becomes part of a broader sphere. I suppose in a comparison with academia, you're teaching in a very broad way because, as John said, you're covering all sorts of cultural things as well as more pinpointed, focused teaching. So sometimes I get to teach manuscripts, which is my research area, but not all the time. You end up teaching all sorts of other things too. In terms of how many tours you do in a year, John, you do far more than me. I probably do 2 or 3. Now my son has flown the coop, I may do a few more, but it is tiring because you are giving a huge amount in terms of teaching. It takes a lot of time to do the preparation, and you're never really off duty unless you disappear off to have breakfast by yourself in a bar, which is what I normally do in order to avoid constantly being asked questions, because adults, if they're paying for things, are very keen to get as much as they possibly can out of the situation. And actually that reminds me of one thing I didn't say, which is pursuing a freelance career it minimises your opportunities for research and academic publication, although John has proved that you can do both. Yeah, but it's just more tricky.
I mean, I would say actually that taking tours can feed into academic research. It sort of familiarises you in rather interesting ways. I mean, it takes time for this, but after you've been to Apulia for the 30th time, for a week actually, you sort of begin to understand ways in which things do or don't actually sort of fit together into a sort of understanding of monsters. I'd say the way that I cope personally, I mean, this is slightly off your question actually, but it comes also to something that Sally has said, is I don't do lunch. I mean, I just disappear. I'm like the sort of, Scarlet Pimpernel when it comes to lunch, and it's a way of sort of cleansing yourself, because I'm with people in the evening. You go out for dinner with them as well, and you sort of see them over breakfast, and you're with them all day otherwise. You need some way of handling that, and that's my personal way of doing it. I mean, I do a lot, actually. I do about 70 or 80 days a year, probably. So actually, when I say it's a sort of bedrock, I mean, I make about £30,000 out of cultural tours, I'd say, a year, maybe a little bit more now. But you have to pace it, but it gets easier. I mean, the first 3 or 4 years, actually, it's quite a sort of steep learning curve, and you're also trying to learn a lot sort of intellectually. As well, so you're doing a lot of prep, really, before you begin to sort of get a real sort of sense of a particular area. And they're very regional, cultural. They're geographically based tours and such. Intellectual copyright. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, that's a sort of tricky one, I'd say, because much of what you do is ultimately ephemeral, isn't it? I mean, it's just verbal. So it's very difficult to claim you have any intellectual copyright actually over that, or any control over it. You do have control over images, and that's where sort of PowerPoints can become sort of technically slightly tricky, but most people, I think, are fairly relaxed about that. I would say, actually, if you really think intellectual copyright is important to you, never put a PowerPoint together, because it will be, people will photograph it, they'll sort of, take it, make their own use of it. It only becomes an issue actually if they're publishing it, and then you might sort of take umbrage at it. I mean, I share PowerPoints and benefit from other people sending me their PowerPoints.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much to all 3 of you for sharing your insights. It's really appreciated. And I hope you'll forgive what's maybe a slightly frank question. It's not intended personally. I'm curious about your all 3 industries. But how possible are these career paths without family or partner support? Again, I ask about the industry in general.
I think people who are by themselves in life, not married and do not have families, are more flexible and more available, and that's going to be the same in most careers. But then, of course, there's a human element to getting to grips with a career that's, you know, quite anxiety generative, particularly at the beginning, which you then perhaps miss out on. So I could never have had the career I've had if I hadn't been single and just able to do what the hell I liked when I finished my undergraduate degree, and could just come to Britain and, you know, not worry about relationships or anything like that. But then when I started my research, when I started my job, I was married, and that was enormously helpful. But I was lucky to be married to someone who was prepared to go from England, southern England to Scotland, you know. So, I mean, I don't know how to answer, except to say that you will be more flexible initially if you're by yourself, but you'll lack the emotional support, or perhaps lack the emotional support, the close day-to-day emotional support that is helpful to anyone in any sort of slightly stressful walk of life. But that's what I say.
Are we going this way? Yeah, I suppose I completely agree with that. Particularly if you're freelancing, you're often in lots of different places, especially if you're doing study tours. So it's inevitably easier if you don't have a partner or children. But having a partner brings particularly a supportive partner. My husband's always been very supportive of me disappearing for 4 or 5 days and then taking up the bulk of childcare responsibility. But undoubtedly, having a child, and I hesitate to say this, Frank, but 2 men, but I think statistically women probably do still the bulk of child rearing and so on. So you have to be...
John and I recognise it.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared to sort of step back at certain points. And that's the beauty of freelancing, in that you're more flexible, you're able to do that. But did I sort of also sense that you were talking about financial partner support as well? And yes, I mean, I think, talking personally, if I'd been a man and I was supporting a family, probably what I do would have been more perilous, more anxiety inducing, because it's not predictable and stable in the way that working for a particular institution is. I think it's still possible to do it, but it will depend on your particular circumstance.
I mean, you probably picked up, we've all got children, but we've all had children since we embarked on this path. So, yeah, they're sort of late children, really, relatively speaking. I'd say we also are sort of slightly different generation as well. So we had an enormous advantage in the sense that, I mean, I bought a flat in Finsbury Park for 4 times the national average wage. So the national average wage is now about 35,000, isn't it? So that's actually, you can get a sort of 2-bedroom flat in Finsbury Park for in today's terms, £140,000. That situation doesn't exist anymore. So if you take property out of it, if you take rents and property, then yes, it's perfectly feasible, actually, to do, you know. So that's the issue. I mean, the issue actually is, as was famously said, the economy is stupid, you know, it's the economy.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
So maybe we'll take one more. I've heard that we've got a bonus amount of caffeine, which seems like too good opportunity to miss. So we'll take one more question, and then we can go up to the common room, up the stairs, and get as much caffeine as we can before the next panel. But those of you who've got further questions, as I say, in the breakout sessions at the end, we'll have time. But maybe we'll... Yes.
Sorry to keep on from the coffee. Just a very quick question, mainly for Julian, I suppose. But I've been looking for jobs, and I've seen various things advertising on jobs.ac.uk and stuff, talking about teaching, especially in like sort of private schools. like teaching, A-level or GCSE level, theology, history, and like top practice schools, whatever. Is it possible to go from a sort of PhD university teaching to then schools teaching and back to universities? Or would it be that you go to university and then look at your CV and go, well, you're a schools teacher, or you?
Yeah, I think
How feasible is that?
I don't think there's a single answer to that. Someone called Mark Bailey comes to mind, who was a medieval historian at the University of East Anglia, then became headmaster of St Paul's School, which is a hugely, prestigious thing, and probably paid him 5 times as much as he got at, it's like being VC of a university almost or something. And now he's going to go back to, he's on secondment as it was. So, it is sort of possible in some circumstances. I think though, and I think that your instinct, if I'm picking it up, is correct, that it's rather difficult to move. And that is because as a school teacher, you would have very, very little time to do research and produce any research publications. School teachers are massively overworked compared to academics. Academics don't actually have a very difficult job. They pretend they do, and they sort of they don't have a very difficult job. It's a very flexible job. You only have to produce a few bits of decent research for the audit every 6 or 7 years, and it's not actually that hard to do in the UK at least. I mean, in some liberal arts colleges in the States you get hammered, but I think but school teaching is a different thing. However, school teachers can be very well paid, and I think it's very rewarding, and there's all sorts of things you can do as a school teacher you can't do as an academic. You take students on trips and things depending on what school you're in. But I think that unless you go on producing research, these signs of life, then it's difficult to move into an academic post, unless you move into a teaching only post. And there are increasing numbers of them.
I don't see it being like, well, you've been teaching at school, so that's like completely separate and unrelated to university.
Well, it would only be like that if you were trying to go into research, into an academic post that had a research component, and you might be better off as a teacher having had a background in school teaching for a teaching only post. But yeah, always try and, whatever you do, if you have any aspiration to go into university at any level, always try and go on producing a few research-related things as you go along.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you the Courtauld recently appointed someone who'd been teaching for a year, but I think once you're teaching for longer, then it's hard to do that research and publication. Okay, I know there are more questions, so I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want everyone to have a chance for coffee. I don't know if we're going to manage everyone getting caffeine in 10 minutes, but you can bring it back here. So it's stairs out to the left and then up, and there's also toilets near there. And thank you to our speakers.
Welcome back to our second panel. Before we begin talking about publishing and writing, I thought this would be a good opportunity to plug a website that is run here by the Courtauld Institute called Medieval Art Research. Some of you might know about it. I'm currently, I feel like I might be the only editor on it right now because everybody seems to be so busy, but we are always looking for volunteers to help edit the website, which basically just involves looking after the Gmail box and posting loads of different events that are coming up, including ones such as this. So if you are interested, you can just go to make an announcement and you'll find the email address, or ask Tom or ask myself. But yeah, a lot of people find this very helpful, so it'd be great to get more people on board. So with that little plug, we're going to begin with our first speaker, Alexandra Gajewski, who is currently a reviews editor at the Burlington magazine and a associate fellow of the Institute of Historical Research. So if you want to bring up your cup of tea or your coffee, it's really kind. No, it's fine. Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing you speak.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Roisin. And really nice to be here. And I thought it was so interesting to hear the first set of talks, which really chime with my experience very closely. But thinking about what occurred to me first is that it's probably unlikely that you're dreaming of a career in academic publishing and editing, which is really what I'm going to talk about, editing. It's not the sort of job you dream of. You might dream of becoming a big professor. And there are some truths I will have to say. it's very specialized. There are very few full-time jobs, and those that there are badly paid and demand long hours. So that's what it is like. Also hasn't been a deliberate or first choice for me. Not that I excluded it, I actually applied to the Burlington in 2000, I think, for an associate editor position that I didn't get then at the time. So it has been on the horizon for me. But after completing my PhD in '96, I spent, and I only thought about this morning, a bit like Sally, 20 years as a freelance. 20 years of doing a lot of Martin Randall, so I don't think ever more than 3 tours a year. That was only once, usually 1 or 2. Doing freelance teaching, replacing colleagues who were on sabbatical. I had a highlight, was a year in Ann Arbor in Michigan. Another highlight was 5 years on an ERC project as a senior researcher, which now I could do at the time because I was free to take it on. Couldn't do it now. And it was wonderful in terms of what we did academically, but also in terms of research trips and visits and the wonderful people I met there. So all of this has been really important to me. And I was actually very happy when in 2017 I saw the advert for the Burlington job. And thought, oh, give that a try. They only wanted a CV and a letter that seemed doable. And before I knew it, 2 interviews later, I was arriving, and this is a photo I took on my first day of work. It's the Burlington offices, which you might know from your walks between the Warburg and the British Library. The guiding spirit that I had in those intervening years as a freelancer were really what I wanted to do in life was to be a medievalist, and I wanted to do research, teaching, and writing. And that has really seen me through and kept me tenaciously, rather, hanging on to my career before I arrived at Burlington. And there's a lot to say that it was actually very good until then. This is not necessarily a happy ending story. But what I also want to say is that I continue doing those things. It's what makes me happy, that all these things are still involved in the job I'm doing now. And then I also have to admit that came COVID 2 years later. I was very happy to have my full-time job and to be paid and not to be out there in the world of freelancing. So there's that to be taken into account as well. My position at the Burlington magazine is that of the reviews editor. And if you looked at the Burlington magazine in the past, you will know that about half of it is dedicated to generally about 10 exhibition reviews and 10 book reviews. It's not an easy task for me to talk generally about academic publishing working at the Burlington because I don't really know very much about academic publishing as such. The Burlington is a very special outfit. It has, as you can see from this slide, a very long tradition and history. But what makes it really special today is that a clearly inspired group of trustees in the 1980s got together and made an endowment, created an endowment for the Burlington, which means that today we are a charity and a not-for-profit organization. So we don't have the same. But if you see what happened to Apollo and the Burlington were pretty much on the same level about 50 years ago, and now Apollo has gone down a very different lane. It's equally important probably, but it's doing very different things, moving away from the academic side that we, thanks to the endowment, could stick to. It also is different in the sense that we almost do everything in-house still, apart from the printing, which we can't quite do, but that's also done in the UK. And there's just one other point to this. the Burlington has now, since I think 2015, also a publishing arm. And I'm not going to talk about this today because it's really a slightly different subject. But we do publish about 1 to 2 books a year as a charity, and it's a kind of a last resort publishing for people who cannot, for various reasons, find another publisher. So and do remember that if you've been turned down and you can show that you have an important academic book, for example, we published Charles Hope's 6 volumes in Titian. Nobody would have done that, probably. Now, Charles Hope is at the end of his career, but if at the beginning of your career you have something important, why not write to the Burlington, to the editor, and suggest it? But you need to demonstrate that you've really tried elsewhere and couldn't get on. But let me get back to my job and the Burlington magazine. We do everything in-house. Every job that is done, the admin, the commissioning, the proofing, the copy editing is done in-house. And in that, the Burlington magazine is also rather special and single now in the world of academic publishing. Of course, there are journals, academic journals, like the British BAA, the British Archaeological Association Journal, are not done by paid editors, but by people who do it pro bono, like in this case Tom, who is editor of the BAA Journal. So that's a slightly different case. But you do still have paid jobs in publishing that can be found with the big publishing houses, such as Scala, Thames and Hudson, with the university presses, or of course Cambridge and Manchester, Liverpool, smaller houses like Bloomsbury Publishing. All of these would still, and also institutions such as the Mellon Center, for example, the Herziana in Rome, and of course museums. All these people need editors, but what happens in most of these cases is that it's sourced out. It's given to freelancers, and not necessarily even in this country. So there is an advantage to that. I think if you're building a freelance career, as Sally was just developing, doing some freelance editing might be something you want to keep in mind. We just have to admit it. Editors are to academic publishers what midwives are to babies. I think you can't, sorry. You can't do really without them. And so we all need an editor. Even the best editors need an editor. So there will always be editors needed. And if you're willing to be out there, then you probably will find jobs. Translation is a similar thing. You will find jobs for that. And experience for that is also relatively easy to be found. You have the Immediation series here in the Courtauld. You can do some editing there. You can help Roisin edit her wonderful website, which I am profiting so much from, knowing what's going on. There's all kinds of opportunities of doing some editing work for friends, paid or not paid, or paid just at a moderate rate, which you can then, as I did, show off if and when a more permanent job comes up. So I think that's, and since writing is really our primary tool as art historians, this is not wasted time. You also help yourself improve your own writing and the clarity of your arguments. That can only be a good thing. At the Burlington, we, of course, publishing has not just editors, but all kinds of people in there, and I'm showing you here the structure for the Burlington. On the right side, you see all people who are not editors who work for the Burlington. Of course, the managing director, advertising, commercial, marketing, and an administrator. So there are all those jobs, and only the jobs on the left side are those that are actually actively engaged in editing. There is a career trajectory there. If you start from the bottom and take out the art editor who does our layouts, you have an editorial assistant, and then you move through to the assistant editors, and then you move through to the senior editors. But you don't have to go through the ranks that way. I, as you know, came in from the sidelines, and that is with the experience I could show for myself, having done in published BAA transactions, for example, was what I claimed in my CV was my editing experience, and that was I accepted. So you can come in from the sidelines here. What these people do as the editorial assistant would do mainly admin, such as ordering books, ordering catalogues, liaising with authors. The assistant editors would do the same, but would also do copy editing a lot. The senior editors would do commissioning as well as editing, and that is, commissioning is of course for reviews, very important, we commission the reviews, whereas the editor would be mainly responsible for taking note of the articles that are sent in and sending it out for peer review, and then editing them if the peer review has been positive. There's so little time here, and I'm almost through with my time, not quite. But the peer review aspect is, I think, something that interests all of us, because it is such a rather divisive subject, very controversial, and the evil that we cannot live without. And it is extremely time-consuming doing peer reviews. So if you're waiting desperately for an article you've sent into a scholarly magazine and you don't hear from them, it's probably that somewhere stuck in peer review, or the editor is trying to get to grips with the fact whether they need another peer review. There is one article that the Burlington has published, which I think sums this up brilliantly. It was written by Sam Rose a couple of years ago, before lockdown, and we've put it on open access for a week. If you're interested, just go to our website, to the open access offerings, and there's a lot of open access anyway that you find, and you find it and can read it there. But I won't say more about it now. In terms of salaries, I want to use the example of the assistant reviews editor, John Rattray, whom we employed at the beginning of this year. He had a previous editing experience. He was assistant editor at the Herziana in Rome, which of course suited us really well. And he came in the job was advertised at £30,000, which is, I know, not very much. Although the marketing director did some research and said that that was average. I mean, we don't want to be lower than the average, of course, but apparently that is what you pay on average in London for a comparable job. You can, for senior editors, depending on where you are, or what grade you are, you can about put another third or double that sum. And for the editor, you would probably triple or quadruple it, depending also on who the editor is. So that's how it goes. But with the increased money, as everywhere, of course, comes increased responsibilities as well, and probably increased time you spend doing all this work. What does strike me is that not only does editing allow you come in, as I said, at a later stage, as in my case, but it also provides you with a number of important skills that you can use in other ways than for editing jobs. So people who've worked at the Burlington, one of them famously has gone to become a curator at the National Gallery. Two have recently gone off to work at Tate, in Tate Research and for Tate Papers. One, I think, is working freelance, one has retired, of course. But there's lots of things you can do with what you learn in such a job, apart from writing, management structure, working with a small team, but also, and this is particularly true for, I suppose, the Burlington and similar journals, the range. I think, Tom, you must find that with the BAA journal as well, the range of articles and reviews you get on subjects. You actually learn a huge amount. So that is also very useful. So I think there's many positive points about working as an editor, and it is very closely related to what we want to do. I brought some examples of our daily grind. I thought you might like to see our choice for the April issue. So different choice of cover. We had to decide between different colors and different images. And you can perhaps choose the one that you think we should have taken and then check on the first of April. But also, of course, the endless editing. I know teaching has endless marking, so all these jobs have some aspect that is very time-consuming and rather pedantic. We do a lot still on hand and paper, which also saves your eyes from the screens. One of the things that made me very happy to do my job recently has been to publish what had been my idea when I became reviews editor at the Burlington, and that is to take actually the editor's chair and publish my own issue. I had for a long time thought that there should be more research on Avignon, partly inspired by Susie Nash a long time ago, and so I published this on the 1st of January. The then editor, Michael and I swapped seats. He edited the reviews, I did the articles, and I think some of you have been able to get a copy. We brought some over in tote bags yesterday for you, and if you haven't got one and you desperately would like one, please tell me, and we make that possible. So I think that is all I want to say, and of course I'm there for questions, and also if you want to ask me about publishing, not being a publisher but publishing, I tell you what I know about it, as limited as it is.
Thank you so much, Alexandra, and can I just say you are a fantastically patient person, because I still owe you a review. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten, it's someone see this. I'm time coming up soon.
I'm also tenacious, as you must have.
Yeah.
I get it.
So yeah, I mean, it's a great experience if you want to kind of step your toes into doing some reviews. And just a quick kind of like side note, for those of you who are still currently PhD students here at Courtauld, or elsewhere, and you're funded by Chase, the funding body, you can do internships at like Bloomsbury Academic Publishing. So again, that's another way in to kind of see different parts, not just editorial, but marketing, law, all that kind of stuff. But next we have Michael Carter, who works for English Heritage, but also does a lot of freelance writing work, and also, which I think is great, you often see him on TV and in podcasts. So I love jumping for joy when I see you talking on TV at Regal Abbey at Easter. So yeah, welcome up, Michael, to give us a talk.
Thank you. So no pressure there then. And I just extend my congratulations and thanks as well to Tom and the BAA for organising this. I think it's been a really worthwhile thing to put on. And actually, I can remember when towards the end of my PhD, there was a careers event was organised, and I'm not sure how helpful it was. The first speaker announced that they got a job in the second year of their PhD, permanent position at a very prestigious university. The next one, how they'd been awarded a job after meeting someone over cocktails at a gallery in Miami. And I thought, well, you know, good for them. Right. So anyway, let me go on. Since 2015, I've been a senior properties historian at English Heritage. It's a full-time, and I say permanent position, fingers crossed there, who knows. But by interest, inclination and training, I'm a monastic art historian and historian, and my role at English Heritage is very much focused on the 60-odd monasteries that are in the care of the charity. Now, these include sites of international significance, and collectively they must have hundreds of thousands, if not a million or so, visitors every year. Now, Jeremy Ashby, my boss, will be talking more about English Heritage presently, who we are, what we do, and you can save questions about salaries and career progression for him. But more about what I do. So I undertake research on what underpins how we present these sites to the public. And since joining the charity 9 years ago, I helped shape, as part of a much bigger team, major new interpretation projects at sites, including, among others, Battle, Revo, Whitby, Hales, and I'm currently working on projects at Cleve, Furness, and Bishop's Palace in Lincoln. So, as you can guess, this is a very much a public-facing role. And that's the aspect of the job that I especially enjoy, I have to say. I've been writing things like site panels, guidebooks, a couple of them shown there, online histories, blog entries. I lead site tours, an awful lot of those, I really enjoy doing those, record podcasts for English Heritage, and I also act as a spokesperson for the charity in the media, especially on matters relating to the sacred and Christian calendar festivals. Now, all of this is underpinned by scholarly research, and that's at a level that would be demanded of a university researcher. And scholarly outputs include a monograph, these are all directly related to my work in Heritage, an edited volume, another one's on its way, numerous articles in peer-reviewed journals, loads and loads of conference presentations, and I've also been a co-investigator on Research Council funded projects. Now, English Heritage has an excellent press office, and my research has been covered in broadsheet newspapers. There's been an editorial in the Times on a couple of occasions. I've been in the Today programme, and my interest in ghosts and saints has led me to being a guest on the BBC podcast Your Dept and the history podcast. There I am looking like a serial killer. Quite appropriate image, and it's in the ghost tours. I mean, that's more like about the Bible and Daddy ghost stories, William of Newburgh, Peter of Cornwall, and Montague Rhodes James, rather than me dressing up and trying to scare people around Halloween tide. But anyway, it's been quite a journey getting there, and I think it would be fair to say I haven't had a normal career trajectory. Like everybody else in the historians team at English Heritage, I think everybody else, I have a PhD. Mine's on the art and architecture of the Cistercians in late medieval England, and that was awarded in 2013. Now, I don't think people in the room have to have especially brilliant skills of visual analysis to work out that I'm not in the first flush of youth. And actually, and this isn't a kind of attempt to mirror, to reflect my love of the monasteries. No, it's a natural male pattern baldness. And I didn't actually start my PhD until I was 41. That wasn't completed until 2013, and after that I had a postdoc, and there was window dressing there. And after that I had a postdoc, and I also taught at various universities. Now, the ultimate source of my interest in monasteries are visits here. Some of you may recognise it's Courtauld Abbey on the outskirts of Leeds, and the reason I went there so much as a child was you could get there by bus, and also it was free to get into. But it did plant a seed which germinated many centuries later. Not quite that old, but decades later. And also we went off to school trips. It was other monastic sites, especially around Yorkshire. But the immediate catalyst for me deciding to do a PhD was an appalling case of January blues and actually a bit of a midlife crisis. And in January afternoon, I dropped an email to Julian Luxford to ask him if he thought that there was mileage in postgraduate research on Cistercian art and architecture in the late Middle Ages. Now, Julian had just published a book on the Benedictine, which I'd leafed through in various bookshops. And he sent a very, very kind and encouraging reply, so I can speak from empirical experience, and I am a great empiricist, not a theorist, I hasten to add. Julian will answer your emails, so there you are, no pressure there, Julian. Now, at that time, I didn't have very much to do with the academic or heritage sectors. I was a member of the British Archaeological Association, but their 5 p.m. lecture starts made it a little bit difficult to get from work to make it to them. But when I did go, I enjoyed them very much. But I did visit an awful lot of museums and sites. But for a living, I did this. I worked for a HIV charity called the National AIDS Manual, abbreviated to NAM, and it had a website and stuff that's called aidsmap.com. And there I was an editor of patient information, researching and writing various resources on prevention, treatment, and the social aspects of HIV. Now, outputs included fact sheets, booklets, an actual book. There's an image of it there on the screen. I went to 2 editions, and each of them sold out, and it was tens of thousands of copies. I don't think I'll ever reach that level as in academia, but hey, there you go, nice to have had it once. And the booklets I wrote I think we won 15 British Medical Association awards. Now, I hasten to add, I do not have any scientific qualifications, all below O-level. There we are, aging me again. And that was actually a kind of an asset for the job, because it was meant to be understanding what was being said it was a research-based job. I spent all day reading medical journals and then having enough of an understanding of the science to put that into terms that a layperson could understand. And again, it was very, very public-facing, not just the published resources, also speaking to people. And I spoke at the International AIDS Conference, which has tens of thousands of delegates, but also a much more humbling experience was speaking at patient information forums and giving people information which would guide treatment choices and other options for social support that they may have. And before that, I worked for Terence Higgins Trust, which is probably a name that would be familiar to some of you. I was in their public relations department, and it was actually that was a hellish job. And that wasn't the kind of pleasant chats that I would have representing charities, for even uplifting. Some of them were deeply, deeply hostile, horrible experiences, which really did leave some scars. And happy to speak about those privately if anyone has some of the experiences of what not to do as a career. But I also wrote more applicably for various media outlets, including BBC News Online. I was an early advocate of something called treatment as prevention. At the time, it was a very, very controversial decision, but now has actually turned the tide on epidemiology of HIV around the world. And again, but that was based upon an understanding of research, reading. Now, going back a little bit further, my first job after university was as a graduate trainee in the secretariat of an organisation that no longer exists called the Central Electricity Generating Board. It was a quasi-civil service job. And I spent a very, very miserable 3 years there. And it might amuse and chill you in equal measure to know that each month I had to convene a meeting of the Nuclear Power Station Safety Committee to decide whether Britain's nuclear power stations were safe to remain in operation. And by law, I had to sign a set of minutes confirming that they were a true and accurate record of proceedings, and yep, they were all good to go. And that actually went to the Secretary of State for Energy. And also because of that role, I carried the honorary rank of an ensign in the Royal Navy, which unfortunately was no thing. I did have a blue double-breasted suit, but there was no frogging on it. Anyway, well, I suppose, there is a serious point from this. It was this grounding in administration. Any post you have is going to need administrative skills, and you need to be able to show them, and that's been a constant presence throughout my career. But anyway, the very welcome redundancy payment in 1991 provided the money to go back to university and do an MA. So there's so much here that you'll find in the CV of any medievalist, I think. The importance of scholarships, scholarly outputs, impact, several short-term teaching jobs, fellowships, an awful lot of hard graft. But this has also been tremendously rewarding, and whatever downsides there are in the sector, I can say with a hand on my heart that these years have been some of the happiest of my life, and I have never dreaded going into work, and that was a constant companion, that terror at 5 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon when you realise the world hasn't ended and that you do indeed have to get on the tube and go to the job the next morning. But there are the other things I think have been more of a help than a hindrance to my career. The background in public information, PR and journalism have all left a very positive legacy, I think. And I still do engage with this kind of journalism on the side. And starting in 2020, in the lockdowns, I contributed columns to the blog of the Tablet. Some of you might know it's a liberal Catholic weekly, very long history. And I suppose writing them was one way of sorting out my issues left over from my childhood Catholicism, that 7 years of expensive psychotherapy never happened to be resolved, but hey. But it certainly helped keep me sane and active during the worst of the pandemic. And I continued writing them until 2021, when middle age most definitely caught up with me and I had a heart attack. Now, they were very much related to my role at English Heritage. They were underpinned by research, they were intended to be accessible, but they were chatty and amusing in a way that I might have felt constrained writing for English Heritage. Now, I do contribute to the magazine every so often as well. I write book reviews and columns, and it's not just on matters in medieval. But there's also something else that I should talk about, which is my sort of antiquarian and collecting activities. In fact, there'll be someone who might be familiar to some of you, was a guy called Paul Crossley, a very, very kind guy who was a professor here, sadly died a few years ago. And I mentioned these to Paul, and Paul said to me, Michael, how wonderful it is that we have somebody keeping alive the 18th century antiquarian tradition. And, just to call a scholar an antiquarian, he saw the architecture of my face change. He said, my dear boy, that's a compliment. So anyway, about 30 years ago, I realised that bits of the Middle Ages could come up for sale. And I suppose it's a sort of, typical male autism, isn't it? The kind of collecting instinct. Well, and this is how mine expressed itself. But it did prompt me to engage more with scholarship, visit museums, churches, galleries, monastic sites. And it also, I have to say, touched my soul and provided some kind of succour and healing very, very difficult times of my life. And I've also made some important scholarly discoveries. Various previously unrecorded books from British monastic libraries, and then, as we got Alexandra here, I thought I'd mention an article I recently published in the Burlington with a good friend from Courtauld and Koopstra on a very quite important Netherlandish Renaissance devotional pendant. Now, this can be quite lucrative. A few discoveries have ended up with the major London auction houses, and from there gone to important museums and distinguished private collections. And it's also helped me build professional relationships. And then this expressed itself most recently with a collaboration between English Heritage and Sam Fogg on an exhibition about a year ago called Those Who Pray. But if anyone's tempted to go into the collecting and doing a little bit of wheeling and dealing on the side, just a few words of caution. There are lots of copies, fakes, and it is a world packed full of crooks and charlatans. So do be careful. So just to briefly conclude, what are the key messages? Well, I suppose it shows that skills are genuinely transferable. Experience gleaned in employment is rarely relevant to another role, but you need to get that experience in the first place. Don't fixate on one possible career path. Have plans B, C, D, and even E. Work out the way you want it to. Things can go at times horribly wrong, but it doesn't mean things are final. And I also know, how awful job hunting is. I can vividly remember how horrible it was in the final year of my BA, looking for, they used to do this thing called a milk round. I don't know if they still do it now, where big employers would go round to certain universities trying to recruit you, and anyway, the least said about it, the better. But even more livid is memories of PhD job and post-PhD. It's a time of transition in your life, and you're vulnerable because one identity is ending without another one yet being formed, and you're thrust into this market. I know, and I think everybody in this room will know, who's speaking today, and a lot of you in the audience will know how it really is spirit-crushing to be getting constant rejections, and how the resilience you have to build to deal with that, and the importance of, Julian mentioned, I think, about support network, about a network of people around you. It's very, very important indeed. And I know this might seem easy for me to say as well here, but don't let your success or otherwise in the job market define you or undermine the passion which you might find for the subject. There are many other ways of finding an outlet there, and with what I hope is a little uplifting message. Perhaps I'll go back to the photograph of me looking like a serial killer, and I will end there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Michael. And I actually went on your Island Abbey scary tour, and he did look like a serial killer. No, it was great. So next up we have Amy Jeffs, who is an art historian, author, musician, artist, and she's accompanied with Baby here to talk about your publishing career. So
I wasn't going to have a baby on my chest, but he fell asleep. So this is Sunny. So yes, I always get nervous coming back to institutions where I've studied. It's a strange feeling of being little. But anyway, not that that's strange. I'm only 5'4", it's sort of below average. But anyway, authoring came upon me as a bit of a surprise. So I'm going to go right back to the beginning of my educational career. I'm going to do a whistle-stop tour through that and sort of show how, I guess the whole thing is going to be a kind of history of my career, but hopefully it's going to answer some of the questions Tom asked us to address on the way. So I've written 3 books, got 2 more in the pipeline. These are the 2 ones for grown-ups, Wild and Storyland, but they're actually just children's books, masquerading as grown-ups books, I think. So I began my educational career in Cambridge, studying Anglo-Saxon, Norse and Celtic. That was my BA. I read papers in Old English and language and literature, a bit of Anglo-Saxon history, a little bit of Middle Welsh, Latin, Old Norse. I absolutely loved it. My favourite part was manuscript studies, script history and manuscript construction, and that led me to manuscript illumination. So I jumped ship in my 3rd year to read history of art. I then focused on early medieval art in Northwestern Europe and Italian art. I did my dissertation on the Lindisfarne Gospels, or about them. My dad has this joke that I shouldn't have done it on the Lindisfarne Gospels, so that would be highly illegal and difficult, I think, to get access. But which led me to, I then spent a year working for a woodcraft magazine, and then came to the Courtauld to do a master's with John Loudon in making and meaning in medieval art. I also met Professor Alex Bovey then, Professor John Loudon, Alex Bovey, and ended up doing my dissertation on a manuscript she recommended to me. This was a really nice realization that you can email someone and they say, have you got any good PhD ideas? Because I was so early medieval at that point, and I really wanted to be supervised by Alex Bovey. And but she was 14th century, and so I thought, well, maybe she knows. So I asked her, and she said, well, why not this? I won't do the accent. Why not this this manuscript, this WAS manuscript in the British Library? It looks like it's been illustrated in ketchup and mustard. It's perfect for you. And so I did my master's dissertation on this manuscript, and she supervised me for that. And then I went on to do a PhD focusing on it. I was hoping to study at the Courtauld. The funding didn't work out, but happily I got funding to go to Cambridge, and had an amazing time studying with Professor Paul Binsky, and stayed friends with Alex, which is great. And so this manuscript, it's got 2 poems in it. The first one is a heavily abridged French translation of a history of Britain, going right back to its earliest origins, except the first few pages are missing, which is really annoying because it's a great story. And it's illustrated on every double-page spread. It's called the Brut Chronicle, generally. This story, it exists in Latin, Welsh, French, Middle English, and it was widely copied in the Middle Ages, but not very frequently illustrated. And it's all about a Trojan called Brutus, who after the fall of a couple of generations after the fall of Troy, is exiled from Rome, travels Mediterranean looking for a homeland, picks up a load of Trojan refugees in the process, and ends up being sent to an island in the Western Ocean called Albion by the goddess Diana in a sort of prophecy, and being told to found a new Troy, which becomes London, and a race of kings that will rule the whole world. And he goes there, he defeats an indigenous race of giants and names the island Britain after himself. So yeah, I got really interested in the story, looked at other manuscripts illustrating scenes from that. There were very few manuscripts illustrating scenes from that narrative. This is Diana giving her prophecy to Brutus, who's made a sacrifice in her temple. Here's a really interesting manuscript, Royal MS 20A2 in the British Library with it's like a Psalter prefatory cycle. It almost works typologically, but with scenes from deep British history. It's, yeah, fascinating. But then at the same time as doing my PhD, well, actually, it was while I was doing my master's, we did an object session at the British Museum with Naomi Speakman and Lloyd De Beer. I'm just going to measure. And there was a mystery object there, and Lloyd said, if anyone wants to work on it, try and find out what it is, you'll feel free. And so I asked to do that, and that led to them inviting me to digitise the 700-strong collection of pilgrim souvenirs and secular badges, which I desperately wanted to do, but couldn't afford to, coming from Cambridge to London once a week on a stipend. So we won funding from the Paul Mellon Centre for Studies in British Art to do a project called the Digital Pilgrim Project, which involved digitising as much of the collection as we could in a couple of years, and also producing 12 3D models, interactive 3D models for a website called Sketchfab of some interesting badges, all of which are in storage, and even when they're on display, are quite often outshone by the glitzier medieval artefacts in the gallery. So that was happening at the same time, and my intention was to not think, just let these objects pass under my eyes. Thinking can happen in my PhD time, but inevitably, the more you see, the more you kind of drink in, you sort of enrich your inventory or your image memory, and start having opinions and start building context around your central research. I also did an internship, apart from a Saturday job at a pick your own farm shop. This was the only other proper job, employed job I've had. So I did a 7-month internship at the British Library, helping with a digitisation project, which was working on 700 illuminated manuscripts from England and France in collaboration with the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. And again, that was an amazing job for networking, making friends, and interesting friends with interesting advice, which is always great, and having lots and lots of objects, images, manuscripts coming across my desk, across my screen each day, and just learning galore, and that was fantastic, and practicing writing and other skills that come with that. This is a manuscript that I happened across in that project. I'm sure many of you recognise it, which ended up becoming the basis of an academic paper that I wrote for the British Archaeological Association journal. Anyway, for my last year of my PhD, I moved to Frome in Somerset, to where my husband's a carpenter. We spent 7 years living apart, and I wanted to be near him, so I went there. And realised it's a very artistic community, there's lots of freelancers, and I thought, if I can't live by my wits, after all of this, it has to be possible. So I started thinking around other options in academia. And I met a printmaker called Chris Pigg, who is an anarchist and a brilliant artist and an art historian, very interested in Victorian wood engraving, and had the most wonderful kind of informal apprenticeship with him with lino cut. And I started illustrating the Brute Chronicle just for fun. And it felt like procrastination, but trust procrastination. Even Netflix, there might be something. So this is just pulling a print of one of the earliest illustrations I did of the child Merlin guiding the building of Stonehenge. The Brute Chronicle includes the life of Arthur and characters like King Lear. That's the illustration. This was Diana giving her prophecy to Brutus. I really enjoyed bringing in things that I'd encountered in the manuscripts, like or this is Gog Magog the giant being thrown off the cliffs. So there's things like techniques for, there's left to right momentum in images. You can't see that here, but in the Diana one, when you're producing images, maybe with a book in mind, which I sort of had then, that kind of flow of moving in the text direction. But if the characters, this happens in medieval manuscripts, if the character's having a vision, it goes the other way, and they're like, and it holds up the story for a second. So yes, and then I had coffee with somebody I got to know through the British Archaeological Association. So I was quite involved with BAA throughout my PhD, and I got to know John Goodall, who was an editor at Country Life magazine, and I said to him, can I have a meeting with you, just coffee with you in London to talk about freelance writing? And he said, it's awful, don't do it. I was like, I don't even know if I want to do it. All I want to do is make prints. And I showed him my pictures, and he said, well, maybe this could be the nucleus for a book. And he said, I'll talk to the editor at Country Life. Maybe you could do a series of articles about the topographical, mythological topography of Britain. There we go. And illustrate it. And then if you do a series of 3 articles, you've got the kind of research nucleus for a book that maybe you could take to publishers. And then you could be an author, and that would be cool. And I thought that would be really cool. And it's really nice when you get an ambition like a pole star. You're like, okay, it might not happen, but I'm gonna fight for that. I was tutoring on the side. I was still on my PhD stipend. I pitched to Frome Town Council to do a history of Frome and 100 objects. They rejected me, which is a shame because it would have been fun. But anyway, I produced these prints. I had a friend from British, who I got to know at British Library, who had an agent. I asked to meet the agent, and I got a meeting. I went to Chinatown, went up into the office, and I storyboarded an idea for a book. Actually, and I'd also, this friend, the agent also looks after Dan Jones, the historian. The friend put me in touch with him because they were in the same agency fold, and we sort of discussed how to build a popular book out of something like the Brute Chronicle. And he said, well, why can't you just tell it chronologically? And I was like, what? From within the fiction of the stories. So that was what I did. I went from before Noah's flood up to the Norman conquest of England with an idea for a book that would tell the history of Britain with medieval goggles on, including England, Scotland, Wales, with Ireland getting involved in the Scottish part. And the agent liked it. She then pitched it to something like 12 publishers. I think I got 5 meetings. Which was the most fun I've ever had, and I just marched around London just having the time of my life. And then there was sort of, I think, a few offered, but most of them she ignored. It got down to 2. And then there was a sort of auction, which is really great. And mostly a sort of good book advance in trade publishing is about 40,000, which sounds massive, especially if you're coming out of a PhD. But if you're going to spread that out over maybe 2 years writing, I only took a year because I was like, well, I've done a lot of the research anyway. So I asked for a year. But then it paid in 4 installments. So on signing, on submission of your manuscript, so you only get maybe 10K upfront unless your agent argues for more. And then on submission of your manuscript, on publication of hardback and publication of the paperback, actually spread out over maybe 2 to 3 years. It's not necessarily enough to live off unless you have an extra stream of income. So what I then realised needs to do was get it rolling, so that you're getting paid for signing a contract at the same time that you're receiving the money for submission or for the publication of the hardback. And so if you want to make a career as an author, you've got to hustle really hard and keep having ideas. So this is when the Storyland came out. And I pitched for another book, which I'm working on now. But then the publisher said, it's something small you could bring out in between. And I'd, as an undergraduate, fallen in love with the Exeter book, which has these beautiful Old English elegies in it. And I said, I'd like to do something about the Old English elegies. I've done some wood engravings in lockdown because these poems dwell on themes of transience and loss and isolation. And so I brought those into the book. Quite a slim book, but I hoped quite rich. And Dr. George Young at the University of York did translations of some of the poems that go at the end, and I'm really proud of it. So that was it. So Storyland came out in 21, Wild came out in 22. Then I did children's version of Storyland while I was pregnant with him, and that was also really interesting, educational. But it's a constant kind of, I mean, you know, you can imagine. But then the latest book is really drawing on, you know, the publicist said to me the other day, have you got any photographs from your research trips? I was like, oh God, I haven't done any research for this book, I haven't gone anywhere. Then I realised, like, the whole of my 20s, the Courtauld, Cambridge, the BAA, everything, the BL, the BM. So I went through all my photographs, like going back to kind of 2014, and put together an album of research photographs, even though I had no idea that I was researching for this book. And it's not been sort of formally announced, but it's basically focusing on saints. And the pilgrim badges are coming in. So that was a BAA trip to Hildesheim, the bottom right. There's Tom and Lloyd looking so excited about a Black Prince badge, which is really legitimate. And so because I now can't get to the studio to do prints like I was doing before, because I've got a small baby, I actually came across a children's book called Mama Is It Summer Yet, which is illustrated with black paper cutout, and I realised it had a lot of the same effects as printmaking and lino cut, use of negative space, and I could do it when I had a half-hour window. I could just get out a piece of paper and a craft knife and a cutting mat and do a bit. So this is the Archangel Michael poking the Bishop of Avranches in the back of the head, and this is the book that Saint Boniface held up to defend himself from pagan murderers. Didn't succeed, but it became a great relic. And these are a couple of them once they're scanned in. You might recognise the saint on the left, on Cumber, Wilberfortis, who grew a beard and didn't have to marry anyone. And Saint Brendan conversing with a gigantic skull. And this is just in my photo trawl. I found this was from a Courtauld conference many years ago probably, and I've written, I'm going for fresh air after this paper. So it's lunch now, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Honestly, your artwork is just stunning, and I think I told your partner this, and maybe I shouldn't announce this, but often when I'm in Waterstones, I move everyone else's books and put yours forward. So everybody should do like doing that, yeah, all the early on stuff.
So now I actually want to say one really quick thing, which is that people bloody love the Middle Ages, and when you're doing a PhD, I thought no one did, and I had to fight for public approval of my subject. But actually, there's a huge appetite for it, and you know, go out with confidence that it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and the artwork proves it. And I think we need to do like a wave or a clap for a little Cindy for being incredible.
Unconscious.
So yeah, so now we have questions. So we've got 5 minutes, so I'd like to invite our speakers to come to the front. Sorry, I had questions. So, does anybody have any questions they would like to pose to our panelists? No? So,
do you, Alexandra, I suppose really this is for, do you have a sense of whether many people in editing jobs have editing qualifications, or do most people come in from kind of adjacent fields?
I think most people come in from adjacent fields. From the people we employed, one had been an assistant editor. One had a PhD and edited some astrological journals, but not academic editing. I think it's a mixture. It's a mixture. But definitely coming from adjacent fields is not, is entirely possible.
Oh gosh, okay, Julian.
No, it's John, I'll go.
Yeah.
I was going to say to Michael that it was enlightening to see how much sort of busy work, if you like, you've done around websites and getting yourself in the media, and just to encourage people, just to reiterate what you said really, that this is possible for people in this room, your authority figures who can do this sort of work, and this is actually, it has a whole value that's greater than the sum of the parts.
Yeah, and Amy's point about the public appetite for it is enormous. And John, you will have found this, and everybody else who does tours. I mean, I do a lot of English Heritage Members tours. gosh, about 18 months ago, I was part of a program called Revenants and Remains. That was the ghost tours kind of thing. But people will hang on your every word, and having a well-crafted tour of a site available, thinking about how you're going to try and bring things alive through objects or buildings, try to explain their significance in the Middle Ages, and they can be roaring successes. And also that thing about, the English Heritage Press Office is award-winning for a small organisation. What it manages to achieve is really quite remarkable. And then it's incumbent, I think, to make the most of that when you do get the opportunities. But even then, I had one interview where someone decided he wanted to be Jeremy Paxman whilst interviewing me about St George and trying to embroil St George in the culture wars. And I recently did an interview about St Valentine, and I honestly thought I was being interviewed by Alan Partridge. The guy's concluding comment was, well, people out there, I wouldn't recommend celebrating St Valentine's Day if you were in an Islamic country. This is on BBC Radio Cambridgeshire, and I thought, do you seriously think anybody has tuned in to your show from Iran? So anyway, there we go. But it's normally a very rewarding experience.
Yeah, I mean, I'd gloss on that. I mean, people very, very rarely get irritated by the Middle Ages in the way that they get irritated by the 19th century or things which are significantly closer to them in terms of their experience. And it's very difficult actually to polarise it, which is interesting in a culture which ultimately is, much of which is concerned with war, misogyny, all sorts of things actually you could get angry about in the Middle Ages, but people find it endlessly fascinating. They're sort of drawn in, they want to know. The point I wanted to sort of ask about really is indexing in terms of sort of publication, because there is a market actually for indexes for these sort of academic books, which is in fact quite lucrative. If you go on the society, there is a society of indexers. If you go onto their website, they have a sort of standard £35 an hour minimum. For that, and if you're in a position in which you are a freelancer and you have authority over your own time, you can work, as it were, on quite rapid timescales at short notice, because nearly all indexes are exactly that. I mean, you've got 3 weeks, you've got to do your index. You're not quite sure when you're going to get it, but if you're in that position, actually, it's quite good, and it's not difficult to get into it. If you go on the Society of Indexers site, they do these short courses. They only cost about 150 quid, and they'll give you the basics of how to go about indexing.
Thank you. Do we have one more question at all? I think probably lunchtime now, so if you have any questions, you can ask.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say very quickly, we need to start again at 1:45. I don't want this to drag out because, it's Saturday and I'm sure people have places to go afterwards. So we need to be back here at 1:45. There's only 2 helpers, I think, upstairs with lunch. And I'm worried it's going to take a long time. So please feel free to use your initiative. If you see there's a huge queue and everyone's move dishes around and, do whatever you want to make it so that everyone gets lunch quickly. But we will meet back here for a start at 1:45. And thank you again to Roisin and to our people.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the first session of the afternoon. May I just say it's really, really lovely to see so many faces here for the Medieval Careers Day. My name is Charlotte Wytema, and I'm a curator specializing in late medieval art from Northern Europe, and as such I'm delighted to be chairing this panel which will explore careers in the art market and museums. And I personally have affinity with both of these. I loved my very first internship at Christie's in Amsterdam, but I ended up venturing into the world of museums and have recently left a curatorial fellowship at the National Gallery to start a new role as a project curator of early Netherlandish drawings at the British Museum, so in Naomi. But during these past experiences, I've learned firsthand that the art market and museum worlds are wonderful and fascinating fields to work in, and that they are inextricably linked. They offer a range of exciting career options and have many excellent people working in them, and it is a great pleasure to introduce you to 3 of them today. So our first speaker
actually wrote this with the old book on my mind. So I'm gonna take it. Oh, take it. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize this now.
Sorry.
No worries. Our first speaker is Naomi Speakman. And Naomi will offer an insight about her role as a medieval art. No, sorry, now I'm messing up. We're going to do that again. Our first speaker of today's session is Naomi Speakman. Naomi will offer an insight into her work as curator of late medieval Europe at the British Museum. So please join me in welcoming Naomi.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming along. I'm going to speak from a script just because I want to make sure I keep to time. And my slides are in no way as attractive as Amy's were. So I'm actually just going to stick with this one holding slide. And then at the end, I've got some links for some resources. So I'll cut to that at the end and you feel free to take a photo. As Charlotte said, my job is curator for late medieval Europe at the British Museum. And in that role, I work on the Western Medieval Collection, and that's a collection that broadly dates from 1100 to 1500, although I like to say to people the Battle of Hastings to the English Reformation, but things are fuzzy at the edges, basically. The objects within my curatorial remit are made of a range of materials, and that includes sculpture in ivory and alabaster, metalwork such as enamels, seal matrices and jewellery, and organic and perhaps less glamorous objects such as little pieces of worked leather that have come from archaeological contexts. So it's a large and really varied collection within which you can find those sorts of archaeological artefacts that I just said, which document everyday life in the Middle Ages, but that's also counteracted by unique treasures owned by some of the period's great and the good. Something that's important to bear in mind is every museum collection is different. It's a reflection of a myriad of things, the history of the institution, the interests of its staff over the years, and the types of artworks or a particular approach to history that the museum itself focuses on. So there's no one-size-fits-all medieval collection, and you really can say the same about working in the industry as well. I've been in my current role since 2012, and I came to it through, I guess, quite an undulating route, but I began by volunteering after my undergraduate degree. That was in history, and I worked 4 days a week just doing an admin job back at home, and then I came into London 1 day a week, and I volunteered at a historic house, and I also volunteered at the British Museum. I should say I have no connections in the industry either, so you can make it work even if you don't already know anyone in the field you're interested in. So after that, I started working part-time as a project curator at the British Museum whilst I was doing an MA, that was in museum studies, so which sat under the Institute of Archaeology at UCL, so a sort of discipline swap. After that, I did other part-time roles at the V&A and in an auction house. These were not curatorial jobs, but the skills that I learned in them, from things like communication, writing copy, to handling lots of different types of objects, were all transferable skills that really helped me get to where I am today. And finally, I studied part-time here for my doctorate, whilst also working part-time in my curatorial job. So I combined the academic and the practical together. There's no set route to get into curating, and the next step has for me often been unclear and probably will be for you too, but in many ways that is the nature of a career in curating. But what exactly does a curator do, and what does a career in curating involve? This is a question that I'm often asked by people who don't work in the field, which is just, what do you do all day? It's not really that easy to answer, because one of the most interesting things about curating is just the sheer variety of tasks that it involves. No 2 days are the same, and staff can often find themselves doing a range of activities during a single day. At its heart, now here's my really poorly designed PowerPoint, but at its heart, I think curating involves these 5 core elements: caring, learning, sharing and advocating, growing and connecting. Care of the collection is the absolute most important thing about the job. You have to make sure that your collection is properly inventoried, properly stored, and is in a stable condition. It doesn't have to be in a good condition, but it needs to be in a stable condition. For example, curators, I do this all the time, regularly work with conservators to flag necessary treatment. Or they might talk about the best course of action to take when planning to mount and display objects in galleries and exhibitions with collection care teams. A really important task here, which will relate to the next point, learning, is cataloguing the collection, and that is curatorial bread and butter. And this can mean, well, almost anything, photographing the objects. I'm photographing medieval rings at the moment, and that's loads of fun, but you also learn so much about the collection at the same time. Maybe you're establishing essential details about them, like weighing and measuring. Now, these don't sound very academic, but that is so crucial to understand a collection and to help other people understand your collection as well. Maybe you're researching objects to gather further information about them. When do they date from? Where were they made? Are you identifying iconography? These are all important aspects of cataloguing and care for the collection. And collection documentation, not only is it a core part of almost any museum collections-based job, but it's something that never stops. You're always doing it. There's always something new to find out, bibliography to add. So if you work with a collection, you will almost always be cataloguing it in some way. So this leads quite neatly on to learning. And collections and museums, this is probably an obvious comment, but they are not static places. A good curator should be actively learning more about the objects or artworks that fall under their care. But learning is a really broad term, and it can mean a range of things. Yes, the more traditional academic research outputs of books and articles are crucial. They connect collections with the wider scholarly community. But research takes many forms. Perhaps you've identified the heraldry on an object. That information will feed into the online collection catalogue. Perhaps you've looked into the provenance of an artefact for due diligence for a loan to an exhibition. Or maybe you found out more about a group of objects for a query from a member of the public or an external researcher. All these bits of research and learning have an impact. Maybe your research is more practical and practice-based, and this is really important also for museums and galleries. For example, audience analysis. How are visitors responding to terminology and the way you've communicated about the Middle Ages in your gallery or in an exhibition? But all that we know about our collections and those new discoveries that you gain through research should be shared with the public as widely as possible. Museums and galleries are sites of interface between the collection and the public, and curating, in the middle of it, plays an important part in mediating this experience in as meaningful a way as possible. One of the key skills of any good curator is the ability to distill academic information into an engaging and accessible format, ensuring that historic collections are relevant for and resonate with contemporary audiences. And relevance and resonance is something I hear all the time at work when you're trying to pitch something, a new project, a new exhibition. Why will people care about it? And if you can sell it in whatever clearly communicated way that you can, then you've done a good job. Communicating and sharing your collection can also take a variety of forms. Online collection catalogues, developing or maintaining permanent galleries, and producing accompanying text that goes with those objects. Curating temporary exhibitions, although I think there is a misconception that curators are constantly curating exhibitions and you're doing a whole range of other things at the same time. Giving talks and tours, producing content for digital media, all of these are forms of collection communication that curatorial work can and does involve. Now, advocacy is related to this. That's why I've grouped them together as sort of one mega point, because it's your responsibility to represent and speak for your collection. You're a champion, both within your institution, but also outside of your institution as well. So, for example, you could work with a different museum or gallery to advise them about suitable objects in your collection to loan to their exhibition. But then you need to secure internal support for that proposed loan. So you're doing advocacy on both sides of the coin. Perhaps you're working with the education team to produce teaching content for schools and encouraging groups to visit the galleries or view your collection in a different light. Growing is perhaps one of the most obvious parts of working with a collection by making new acquisitions. That could be donations or purchases. But a constant and mounting pressure for the heritage sector is funding. And curatorial teams are central in helping to grow the institution's income through different funding streams and to fundraise for all manner of activities, such as the obvious, exhibitions or new galleries, for acquisitions, but curators are often applying to grant bodies for research projects and other activities like that. It's probably a fairly obvious comment, but this challenge isn't something which will be going away anytime soon. So the need to raise funds is something which will continue to be pressing for museums and their curators well into the future. Now finally, curating involves connecting with colleagues across the sector, and I actually think today is a really good example of that and the value of being a member of the BAA. No curator can, nor should they, work in isolation. The best projects of any kind involve working in teams with people who have a variety of skills and disciplines that you don't have or that complement your own. And in turn, you should be always trying to share what you know as well. Hopefully, that quite exhaustive overview gives a list of the sheer variety of tasks you could find yourself doing in curating. But what I really hope is clear from giving you all of those things is that curating does not involve one type of job. Indeed, your role can vary hugely depending on what type of museum you work in and what type of collection you work with. So, if you out there want to work with medieval artefacts, you do not need to confine yourself just to national museums and national galleries. Yes, national institutions hold really large collections of this time period. I did have a list here, but I think you can Google those. I'm not going to tell you them all. But there are a whole host of other organisations out there, so look widely and see what appeals to you. Regional or local museums in the UK have amazing medieval collections. There's too many to name, but Norwich Castle, for example, the Yorkshire Museum, the Borough Collection. Medieval artefacts are everywhere, so you don't actually have to look that far to find something relevant to work with. There are also special interest museums. The Faith Museum, for example, very recently opened in Bishop Auckland. There's a History of Science Museum in Oxford. There are lots of different types of things that you can work with and different subjects that you can get to grips with. Beyond that, there are things like incredible ecclesiastical collections at historic religious sites, Canterbury Cathedral, for example. And then there are also collections owned by institutions. Julian mentioned university collections. These are really important, the collections of the Oxford and Cambridge colleges. But beyond that, there are maybe the less obvious places like historic guilds. A colleague I recently worked with at the British Museum now works for a guild in the City of London. These guilds and companies also hold really interesting material. And there are private owners. The Royal Collection Trust is a private collection. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are lots of places where you can work with medieval objects, so be flexible and be open-minded. The objects you find yourself working with may not exclusively be medieval, and they may not have the word medieval or Middle Ages in that collection name. So for example, if you work with a broad sculpture collection, something like that. You might not be working just on your particular period or your particular material specialism. And above all, I think this is really important, you don't have to have the job title of curator to be doing curating. And you can do so many other things being a curator, but not being called a curator. Cataloguing, as I've already said, is the most important bit. If you're a cataloguer, you're doing curating. Collection managers, assistant curators, project curators, heritage managers, research assistants, all of these jobs involve curating. So you don't have to have this single goal of being the curator at the National Museum that you're interested in to work in this field. One key skill for anyone who works in this field is the need to be agile and flexible. That is relevant to the type of job you do, as well as what you do within it. So if I could give you advice, I'd say try things out early on in your career if you're able to. See what working in different sorts of museums and different sorts of galleries are like, and see what appeals to you. How does working in a local museum, for example, compare to a historic house or an art gallery? Volunteering is, of course, a massive part of the sector, and it can be a huge boost to your CV in what is a really competitive recruitment process. But I think everyone's very conscious in the industry that it does contribute to a lack of diversity, because if you can afford to volunteer full time or take a big chunk out of earning, you've then got that on your CV. It doesn't always have to be the case though. You know, if you do want to undertake volunteering, maybe there are more manageable ways to do it. Can you do it part-time whilst you're also studying? There are paid internships out there. For example, the Wellcome Collection does an 8-week paid summer internship program. Now that's not exclusively medieval, but it's all about the skills that you can gain that will help you in these sorts of roles. Also look at opportunities overseas. The fact that positions, say in America, pay a lot more is true very much for the museum sector as well. So for example, the Metropolitan Museum of Art runs a summer internship program for undergraduate and graduate students. You just need to look on their website to find that info. And again, these do not need to be exclusively medieval for you to then secure a medieval curating job later down the line. What's important is that you're developing object-based experience. So you're confident with objects, you're confident communicating about objects, and maybe you're growing in confidence about identifying those objects. All of this equips you with transferable skills. So curating involves a combination of practical, intellectual, and creative work. And that's one of the reasons why I enjoy my job so much. You need to develop specialist knowledge in collections, yes, but you also need to be hands-on and you need to be ready to get stuck into practical tasks. So I'll summarise some of these skills, which I've already mentioned: being a good communicator, having research skills, having an eye for detail, as well as having initiative. They're crucial. People often end up managing their own time, and you can find yourself sometimes working alone for a long period of time, and then sometimes very intensely working with a team. So you do need to be comfortable doing both of those things. And of course, you work for the public, so you do need to be comfortable communicating with the public as well. Increasingly, the world of curating involves working with broader collections. So that can lead to generalist curators as well as specialist curators. And people can find themselves stretched to do more with fewer resources. Project work and temporary contracts are widespread in the industry, from assistant curator roles that support temporary exhibitions to delivering research projects and working on large temporary capital projects. For example, there's a really exciting one underway at Norwich Castle to completely redevelop and reimagine their Norman keep. So projects are out there, and also new projects come up all the time. They're a really good way in. It is common for people to move from temporary contract to temporary contract or combine part-time roles. But I do also want to stress when talking to you all that you don't have to be confined to doing one type of role for your whole career. These industries that you're hearing about today, many are permeable, and moving between or working concurrently within these is possible. Working in curating can lead to other things. You could be an academic. A project curator I've worked with recently is now a lecturer. As writers, Amy Jeffs worked at the British Museum, worked on our medieval collection, as tour guides, for example. One thing I also wanted to insert into the categories of jobs is museum policy and working at DCMS. Various colleagues I've worked with at the British Museum in curatorial roles have gone into that cultural policy stream as well. Ultimately, a career in curating can be and is extremely fulfilling, and that feeling when you've helped to spark someone's enthusiasm for the Middle Ages through an object that is under your care, you genuinely can't beat it. It's amazing. But I think the thing is that you should approach this industry still with a realistic frame of mind. It's easy to be very idealistic about being a curator. Yes, you need to be passionate about your period, but be realistic and do your research. Find out what you're interested in, what sort of direction you'd like to take. You could be a historian, you could be an archaeologist, you could be an art historian. All these disciplines can lead to curating. So there are plenty of resources out there, and here are some of them. The Museums Association is the obvious one, so that's important for careers advice, but also for information about reasonable pay in museums. I think the pay grades are lower than what we've heard from some of the other industries. The Leicester Museum Studies Jobs Desk is the ultimate place to find vacancies in the field. And that is everything. That's volunteering, but that's also being a trustee to jobs. So it's a useful port of call for everything. And then the other 2 links I put up are blogs about working in the industry, and I just thought they had some interesting points of advice in it. So thank you very much, and good luck.
Naomi, thank you so much. That was wonderful. The second speaker of this panel is Eva Stables, who will take us beyond the realm of curating and will discuss her role as a project assistant in the Museum of London. So please join me in welcoming Eva.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. Thanks, Tom, for putting this day on. I have to say, I think we should maybe get rid of the question mark at the end of careers for medievalists, because I know I'm feeling a bit more optimistic about the whole thing. But yeah, I'm here kind of as much as a member of the audience as I am as a speaker today, because I just graduated from Courtauld in 2022, and I now work at the Museum of London. And I remember Naomi coming to speak to us when I was doing my MA at Courtauld, and I thought, oh, that sounds really cool, but I don't know how I'm going to get there. So that's the kind of perspective that I thought I might share a bit about today. And in the end, what I have ended up doing, I think, has really benefited me from what I'd like to continue to go on to do. So if I could just, so this is an outline. So I'll talk about what it is that I do, and then I'll share a bit about how I got here and what the options are going forward. Naomi mentioned this as well, but so collections management is what I do, and that involves all of the practical aspects of looking after a museum collection. The majority of collections management roles tend to be, particularly at the lower level, tend to be associated with project, and mine is no different. I'm a project assistant, which is a horribly vague title. And the project that I assist on is the new museum project, the Museum of London. So if you don't know, the Museum of London closed at Burlington in late 2022 to the public, and will reopen again at the general market in West Smithfield in 2026. And it's my job, amongst other people, to get that collection of over 500,000 objects ready for that move. In practice, this means carrying out an audit of the whole collection, updating the museum's database, photographing objects, packing them, barcoding the collection, all makes the move a lot easier. So prepared, a day in my life, if you will. It's a really practical, hands-on role, and I get to work with objects every day, which is, I think it's a really great privilege. So on this particular day, I happen to have this photo from the Medieval Gallery, which is up. I am working on decanting the gallery, so everything that's on display in the galleries needs to be removed. So there I'm removing some pilgrim badges, and depending on the object, I might also have some conservation support, some technician support, if something's particularly fragile. I then will check the object over, make sure that it's marked with its museum number, and I'll look at its record on the museum database and add anything that I need to add, or indeed create a record maybe for the first time. If it doesn't have a suitable quality image, I will photograph the object. That's one of our sessions. I'll pack it, I'll add a barcode, and I'll repeat the process several more times. And then when I'm ready to, I will move everything into the store. And this is a relatively standard process, I think, across different collections management roles. But it gives you an idea, and I certainly had no idea what the day-to-day practicalities were before I started doing this. And then I will also have some team meetings, maybe some training, might need to resolve some documentation issues, what kind of acquisition status, or what number is, what museum number should be. So it's a mix, but it's primarily working with the objects. And as a medievalist, that's definitely my favourite part. So these are just some of the highlights for me. So I've gotten to work on reliquaries, pilgrim badges. The Museum of London has an extensive collection of pilgrim badges to rival maybe the British Museum. That in the top right corner was a very cool one. I need to get this right. It's the oldest surviving complete medieval trumpet. And not something I'd ever looked into before as a researcher, but it's just to give you a sense of the kind of variety of things that I'm coming across in my day-to-day work. Some more as well, the classic pointy shoe, of course, and jerkin, pilgrim badges, carved figures. I mean, the list goes on. But yeah, so it's not just medieval stuff that I work on, and I think that's one of the perks of my job. The dress and textile stores, somewhere else that I work, so lots of lavish dresses. One of Margaret Thatcher's dresses as well, so and then one of Anna Pavlova's costumes as White Swan, the White Swan in Swan Lake. So I really don't know what I'm going to get. Yeah, maybe some highs and lows there. Printed ephemera and photography. Printed ephemera in particular is one that I work on where I really don't know what I'm going to get. Some of them are fairly standard, some of them are not so standard. Asbestos packed cocks and 26 exciting ways of serving canned herrings are two of my favourites. Bling. No museum collection is obviously complete without a bit of bling. I work on jewellery, miniatures, tiaras. That in the middle is Lord Nelson's sword, which is, financially speaking, the most valuable object in the collection, so that was exciting. And just a quick trigger warning for the next slide, there's pictures of human remains. If you don't want to see those, please do. The Museum of London has a osteology store of over 26,000 individuals. I work on that as well. I think it's safe to say that most medievalists might have a love for all things death and macabre. I certainly do. And I've been able to indulge in that during my work. So that's, apologies to any cat lovers here, that's a mummified cat. Got lots of weapons, axes, knives, firearms, and then also some objects around the social history of death, which is particularly fascinating, mourning rings, ephemera, bills of mortality, and so on. So yeah, the pros of that, I think access to collections, medieval and otherwise, is really amazing. I've learned a lot about handling objects, different kinds of materials, different histories that have informed my own research on medieval history, and being challenged to look outside of that, and I think that's been something incredibly valuable. So what I will say is if you're looking for roles, don't hyper-focus necessarily, particularly at an early stage, on looking for things related to the medieval period. But I also get to learn the museum ropes, let's say. So I had no idea what was really involved in museum work before I started at the Museum of London. I've now had training in object handling, how to mark objects, packing, hazards, materials, as I said. And I get to see the processes up close. So this might not be the case for every kind of project collections management role, but I got to do some very minor prep towards the Fashion City exhibition, which is on Museum of London Docklands, and I'll do a little shameless plug here. If you haven't been, it's worth going. But I got to see firsthand what the process is of putting on an exhibition, which is really interesting because I do have an interest also in curation. And community as well, maybe one that's easily overlooked, but I think someone mentioned it earlier, that transition period from full-time education into full-time work can be really hard, especially when people are off doing different things and everyone looks so much more successful than you. So I have worked with a really wonderful team of people, and they're now all my friends. Julian in that photo is actually here today, so please say hello to her. And I don't think you can underestimate that. I think museum people by and large are lovely. Also a professional network as well. So I work alongside conservators, curators, technicians, librarians, archivists, archaeologists. I mean, the list could go on. But the kind of role that I do requires me to interact with lots of different people doing lots of different things, and that has been, I think, really to my advantage, and is a network that I can take forward as well. Cons, though, I thought Man of Sorrows would be good for this because it is sorrowful as well. So surprise, surprise, money is the big one. Museum of London is by no means the worst offender. The salary starts at 27k and will increase with time and performance, but it's not uncommon, especially in national museums, to expect between 23 and 24k for this kind of role. It is an entry-level role. And if you're in London, that's a really tough salary to live on, but people do it. Short contracts as well, as Naomi mentioned. Again, Museum of London isn't the worst with, my contract is 2 years with the option of extending, but quite often you see contracts for 3 months, 6 months, depending on the nature of the project. And competition, so despite those 2 points, they're still fiercely competitive, and I think we're maybe between 100 and 200 applicants per position in the Museum of London, and that's possibly the case elsewhere as well. Procedural, it's not a curatorial role. I was coming from an environment where I was encouraged to research and think, and I'm not saying there isn't scope for that in my position, but I am there to do a job. It's part of a project that has a fixed deadline. So if you're looking for specifically curatorial work, it might not be for you. And you're not always working with relevant collections. Sometimes I think that's to your benefit, other times collections are really dull, and some of it is really repetitive. But yeah, if I haven't put you off, how I got here, and obviously it will differ for everyone, but I did a BA in History of Art and an MA here at Courtauld. Most of my colleagues have, in fact all of my colleagues have some kind of postgraduate degree, mostly to a master's level. Some people do have a PhD, but that is by no means a prerequisite. People come from museum studies, archaeology, art history. Some people also, digital humanities as well as another option. So all within kind of arts and humanities field, but to a master's level. Then work experience. Personally, I did not have much industry relevant experience, you can say. I was briefly a research assistant here at the Courtauld in the conservation department, and I did an unpaid gallery internship in Dublin when I was doing my undergraduate degree. But I would not classify those as substantial experience that contributed to my getting this job. What was significant though, but I did not realise at the time, was the 4 years that I spent as a stockroom assistant in the clothing store in Mango. At the time when I did it, it was a weekend job that I did exclusively for money. But now looking back, I can see that there is a great deal of overlap between collections management and retail inventory management. Genuinely, down to the technology that we use, it's the same technology. And so I would encourage you to think maybe creatively about your previous experience. Of course, more museum experience you have, it's going to help, but that wasn't really the case for me. And also, just to reiterate something that somebody else said, it's pretty hard to get into. I think I applied to over 20 positions in museums and auction houses, not just because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, which was certainly the case, but I also just didn't know where I'd be successful. I got a lot of rejections before I started getting any interviews at all. When I did start getting interviews, they were tough, but I did kind of get into the groove of it, and it's a bit just like, it's a job in itself, and you get better at it with time. In the end, I was successful in 2 of those 12, and one of them was the Museum of London. So that's it. And so from a position like mine, there's a few options going forward. A lot of people do further study, myself included. I'll be starting a PhD in September. But other training in archives, in libraries, even conservation, this kind of collections management role gives you a good grounding in those things. equally, if you're done with studying, there are other careers with museum collections. So collections manager would be the next step. From my role, that would be the person who manages me and my team. Registrars are dealing with museum loans, and then there's obviously curatorial as well. And there's lots of the museums are kind of like a bit of an ecosystem where lots of people come together, and so there are actually a lot more roles out there than you might previously have expected. And moving away just from collections as well, there's also audience interpretation, there's learning and engagement, communications, there's a whole host of things, and just 2 resources, which I know Naomi has mentioned, the University of Leicester Museum's job desk. It really is the gold standard, so ignore every other site and just go straight to that one if you're looking for a museum job. And yeah, the Museums Association, I think, can offer some helpful talks and events and advice. I think they have a page on different museum careers. That's worth checking out. And that's me.
That was another great talk. Thank you so much, Eva. I have to say I'm very curious now about those 26 exciting ways of serving canned herring. Don't know about all of you. That leads us to the final speaker of this session, Jana Goloshova, who will tell us about her role as a medieval art specialist at Samenvolk, the world's leading gallery specializing in the art of the European Middle Ages. So please join me in welcoming Jana.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. And I feel like so many of the points I was going to make have already kind of been made, but I think it's good to kind of reiterate some of them still. So I thought I would start off just kind of giving you a very quick background. So I actually started my university education as an engineering student, and at Rutgers University in New Jersey. And then when I decided to switch my major to art history in my second year, you can probably imagine that my parents were a little concerned. My plan was, this is what I told them, I'm gonna get a PhD and then I'll get a university job. It seemed pretty straightforward. And since I was focusing on architecture, that was sort of the only obvious career for me at that point. Fast forward a few years, I was finishing my PhD, which was focusing on the Charles Bridge and 14th century architecture in Central Europe, and I started applying for jobs. And during my PhD, I was actually living in Berlin, so I was kind of not in London. I was sort of just having a nice time, writing, but also just having fun in Berlin. So then when I started applying for jobs, I was successful in getting a few shorter fellowships and grants in London and in Prague, including the Ox from the British Archaeological Association, but it became quite obvious quite quickly that this was not going to be as straightforward as I thought. And during this time I was also trying to just attend as many lectures and conferences, study days, all kinds of things as I could, just to kind of meet people, because I don't come from that world at all. And that's also the time when I first became involved with the British Archaeological Association. As I found it to be just a really nice place that was full of people that were supportive, and they were all doing all kinds of different things that were really interesting. And then I went to this evening lecture at Cambridge University, and I ended up meeting Paul Binsky there. And it was just really random. I don't think I ever met him, but I kind of knew him because I had studied with Crossley and then with Zoe Opacic, so it's sort of a name you kind of hear constantly. And we were just having a drink after the lecture, and he said, "Oh, we always need people teaching here." So I thought, okay. so I ended up getting that job, and that lasted just over 2 years, and it was just amazing to be at Cambridge, to be a part of that environment. The students and colleagues were always really nice, and Paul was always happy to have a chat or to to read something that I was working on for publication. But I have to say that the pay there was pretty horrendous. I also held on to a part-time job as a receptionist at a wine trade company, which definitely had its perks. And I was also doing all kinds of different things. Sometimes it sort of felt like I was paying Cambridge to teach there, to be honest. And that's not really to single them out. I think it's just to say that, as many people have said, it's quite tough when you first finish your PhD. And for some people, it is a very straightforward road, but I think that's not the case for many people. And so you kind of have to deal with a couple of years just kind of applying constantly. And once you apply and you get a position, you then start applying again because, you know, most of those positions are temporary. So during that time, I was also doing some freelance jobs, including things like translating, paid lectures, tours for Martin Randall Travel, and other companies. And then I found out through a friend and a BAA member that there was this job coming up at Christie's Education, and they were looking for someone to teach on the Antiquity to Renaissance program for a year. So I applied and got that position. And teaching there equally was also a joy. It was just, the students were great, my colleagues were great, we did amazing trips abroad, so it was nice. But my contract was only for a year, and it looked like they were going to discontinue the program, which they did, so I knew that I had to keep looking. And one day we took the Christie students to see a few commercial art galleries, and one of these was Sam Fogg. Now, I knew nothing about the art market. I don't even think I knew it existed. I thought it was just something that you kind of see in the movies, you know? So we did the session there, and then I thought to myself, I could work here. So then I just emailed Sam. I think I met him once, or I knew somebody that knew him. So I got his email address, I emailed him my CV, and I said, if there's anything that you ever need, you know, doing here, I'm happy to do anything. And that day, they emailed me back and were like, actually, we've got someone going on maternity leave and we need cover. And the next day I had an interview and was offered the position. It was sort of crazy because you're kind of like struggling and then it just happens. And so I joined as a gallery assistant, and I did that for 6 months, and then I was offered a permanent contract as a specialist. And as a specialist in a small commercial art gallery, you do a huge variety of things, just as Naomi mentioned, you know, at a museum. But, you know, over the last 7 years when I've been there, we've had a team of between 5 to 8 people. So you do get to do you're just so much more involved, I think, in everything. So you have your hands in kind of lots of pots, sometimes literally. But you can also kind of carve out your own place in a small private company by taking initiative and by asking to do things that you're good at or that you enjoy. We have 3 specialists. One of these is our Islamic specialist, and 3 people that also do kind of administrative or technical jobs, so like finance, gallery management, logistics, photography, video, just to kind of hugely simplify, because they also do lots of different things. And we deal in a huge variety of artworks because we define the Middle Ages. So I didn't say actually that Sam Fogg is a commercial art gallery that deals in art of the Middle Ages. And we define the Middle Ages quite broadly. So that could be anything from a Visigothic belt buckle or Limoges chasse, as you can see in this slide, to sculpted fragments from cathedrals to illuminated manuscripts. And we also have this Islamic art department as well. And so you're able to, it's a privilege really being there and to learn about all of these different kinds of things and work on all these different kinds of things and to learn quickly about a huge range of objects. And you do have to, I think quick is sort of the difference between a museum and a job like this, because everything just happens so much quicker. Whether that's an exhibition we're doing, or you know, we're buying something or we're selling, everything is just quick. And you also have to be quick on your feet when it comes to decisions about objects. So when something comes up for sale, we kind of have a day or two, if not less, to make a decision about whether we're going to go for it. So on a day-to-day basis, I might be preparing for an exhibition or an art fair, and that would involve everything from doing research and writing the entries, the catalog, doing provenance research, editing videos on for our website, working with restorers and map makers to get our objects ready for display, choosing plinths or cases for the objects, working also with scientists who come in to take samples for something like carbon-14 analysis, or who come to do a scan of a painting. But I might also be corresponding with clients or with museums, either offering them objects or answering questions about objects that they're interested in. And I'm probably missing lots of other things as well in there. We also participate in 2 art fairs every year, Freeze Masters, which is here in London, and Dept, which actually we just finished yesterday. And these involve traveling there with our objects, so they get packed by our art handlers and we oversee that. We work with our art handlers really closely as well, and we then unpack them on site, and we have about a day or two to kind of set them up there. And we also take our plinths, basically everything. And we design the set, that we design kind of what we want our stand to look like. What's also interesting is that, working in a job like this, you're constantly handling objects, like on an everyday basis. And so you do get a very different perspective on them than in academia, when handling becomes like this sacred ritual you get to do, We kind of just are moving things constantly. But you also get to learn about objects constantly. You're constantly looking for flaws, for restoration, thinking about, is this authentic? Has this been restored? What's the condition? How can I find out more about this object? And that's something that I didn't really know much about before I joined. It's not I didn't question objects in the way that I do now, even ones that are museums. You always think, oh, this must be real, this must be in perfect condition, and so on. And it's also interesting because often when you're confronted with an object that you're working on, it's sometimes you're the first person that's writing something about that object, or the first person in a long time, or whoever worked on it, that research may have gotten lost. So that's really interesting as well, because you kind of have the privilege to figure out what is actually in front of you. And I also do the provenance research for our gallery, so I work closely with the Art Loss Register, which is another organization that might be interesting for people in terms of looking for jobs. And they help us we do research, but then we give our research to the Art Loss Register, and they then do further research to find out about the life that our objects lived before we got them. And this is a field that's increasingly becoming more and more important. And although many of the objects that we handle have huge gaps, and this is something that can be quite problematic, and the chain of information is often broken, not least because sellers and auction houses often kind of hide behind data protection, so as not to kind of reveal more, which can be quite frustrating sometimes. But the popularity and the funding for digitizing archives and libraries and all kinds of different things, something that Amy touched on over the last 15 years or so, means that we're constantly getting new information from archives, from private collections, from old museum exhibitions, old auction catalogs, and this is really helping. So as you can see, a job like this is hugely varied, so the more transferable skills that you have, the better. Skills or experience in sales, like Mango, public speaking, publishing, provenance research, speaking other languages is also important because you're often having to read in other languages. I mean, Diana, our Islamicist, can read Arabic. We often have inscriptions on our objects, so that's something to think about. Writing, video editing, but also knowing some programs like Photoshop or InDesign is also helpful. But also I think knowing the art market, something that I didn't actually know anything about, but knowing the art market and being interested in the art market is also important. And you can very easily go to Sotheby's or Christie's and view their auctions and view the kinds of objects that come up for sale. And I think this is important. It's important to see the variety of objects that are out there from the Middle Ages, both in type and quality, because I think when we learn about art or architecture in universities, you're often kind of learning about the best or the most important version of a style or a movement in art, and that's not always actually helpful, because there was a huge variety of quality in the Middle Ages. Now, in terms of salary, I would say that this is a place that you can get quite a fair salary, but it's, I think, really difficult to say what that would be, as it really varies. But I would say that when you start out, and that probably goes for any of the positions, even the admin ones in our gallery, you probably start on a similar salary as a junior curator, so somewhere in like the low 30s. But that can increase much quicker than working for a museum or a public institution. Some galleries also work on commission, so you could also get compensated for sales that you're making. Now, we actually don't, but we do get bonuses. And I think there's also a bit of a glass ceiling, so if you're lucky, I imagine it can get quite lucrative, especially, I think, in sales of contemporary art. Now, this picture actually doesn't have much to do with what I'm going to say next, but I just wanted to also point out that as someone whose parents didn't go to university and have no connection to the art world whatsoever, you also quickly realize that art market jobs are saturated, for the lack of a better word, with people who are connected already with the art market or art world in one way or another. And I think it's quite difficult to break into some of the sales positions because they often aren't really advertised. And I think this is probably the case in many fields, not just art, the art market or art history. But I think, unlike our gallery, where we actually do our own research, many of the galleries do not, and so they do not need kind of highly specific technical or academic knowledge, as is the case with many of the other jobs that are represented here today. So coming from that kind of world, if you grew up in that kind of world, I think it does give you more of an advantage than having a PhD, for example. And many galleries do advertise positions with recruiters, like we often advertise with Sophie McPherson, but that's mostly for the admin or the technical roles. And I do think it's maybe quite difficult to move out of those roles into the more research and or sales roles. But I did it, many people did it, so if you're open-minded and not set on doing this or that, I think there are opportunities out there, and there are jobs out there, I think probably more so than some of the other kind of areas that we've spoken about. There are graduate programs at the auction houses, like Christie's and Sotheby's. Some commercial art galleries, like us, offer work experience or internships. There's also Frieze London or Frieze Masters, which takes place in October every year. And they're always looking for people to come and work on a temporary basis. But they also have permanent jobs, so people that work kind of year-round. Obviously, TEFAF as well, if you're willing to move to the Netherlands, which is a very nice place, so why wouldn't you? And the other thing that I think some people have already made this point that I wanted to just say was that we deal with about 1,000 years of art, because as I said, we kind of define the Middle Ages broadly. And I think other galleries do even more than that, so you can have a gallery that will deal with things, objects from antiquity all the way to contemporary. So I think if you're very specialized and only interested in like wall paintings between 1120 and 1150, that won't be super helpful. And lastly, I also think that everyone should think about what's important to you in terms of your career as a medievalist. For me, it was to continue to publish on, medieval art, medieval buildings, to contribute to the field and to evolve as a scholar. But I realized that there are many ways to do this now. You don't have to have a job at a university to contribute to the field. So I still publish and I still do some teaching and I still do a tour here and there. And I've been running the study days for the British Archaeological Association for 7 years, which has been hugely rewarding. And I think the BAA is really proof that those less traditional careers do exist and people are really successful in them. And it's also a great community of incredible scholars who are really inclusive and who come from all different kinds of backgrounds in terms of their day-to-day jobs. And so I think in this for the long haul, then I would say, as many people have said, to create and foster a community of medievalist friends, because, well, they tend to be quite nice people, but also because that network is really invaluable for advice, for support, to complain to, and it really becomes like a family, and yeah, and obviously join and get involved with the BAA. That's all I've got.
Thank you so much, Anna, that was great. I would like to invite our three speakers to come here for question time. And I'm looking at Tom, how long do we have?
Like 10 minutes and then a 5-minute break before the next session.
Excellent. Oh, yes. Are there any questions for our panel? I see one over there.
Hi, thank you very much for the really interesting panel. I think this one question that popped into my head was, it seems like for many of you, like, you kind of started into like a career path, maybe without as much career experience beforehand, like Yana, for you, you didn't ever enter the job market, and suddenly you became very immersed very quickly. Was that learning curve like quite steep for you in the beginning? And like, do you have advice on kind of, like if you're like a 6-month probation period, you're trying to get like a permanent position, I guess how did you kind of navigate that period of just not knowing very much of something very specialized, and suddenly you're in a permanent position, and like an expert on medieval art? I think I only asked just because I'm in like a similar situation at the moment where I feel a lot of pressure to kind of perform well, but I don't have experience in the field that I'm working in. So if you just have advice.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I have to say, and I think it depends on the employer, but I think Sam always was quite fair in that I sort of felt like my skills were useful at that time, and I just sort of learned as I went. And I think that's in most jobs, and I don't know what everyone thinks, but in most jobs I think you do get some training and you're kind of allowed a bit of leeway to sort of learn on the job. Even at universities when you're teaching, you don't come with knowing everything, you're sometimes teaching things that you're kind of learning yourself. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that really answers the question. It wasn't, I didn't even know whether I would be kept on. It wasn't like I had some strategy that was really brilliant and I followed it and I got a permanent position. I think you just have to do your best, I think, and use your skill set to your advantage.
I similarly, I think as I said, did not know the first thing about museums before I started working in one. What I got good at whilst applying for jobs was proving that I could adapt quickly, memorizing my anecdotes about, when I had to do this or when I was good at, managing my time, all of those things that are pretty generic when you get advice on applying for jobs. I could demonstrate that. And then when I was actually in the job and I was learning, I suppose I've been quite fortunate in that I felt very supported. So I have been able to learn at a quite comfortable pace, maybe even more so than in a university environment. So I don't think that answers your question at all, I'm sorry. But yeah, you have to be comfortable with what you're doing as well. And I think that's also a challenge maybe at the beginning of your career. You might be under pressure to perform to certain expectations because you're that bit junior and you can't push back.
For me, actually doing the job created my specialism. So I did history, as I already said, my undergrad. There was like no visual analysis involved in that. But then the MA I wanted to do didn't work out, and that's why I ended up with this sort of year out. And then when I was working at the BM, I realised that there was an object on display in the gallery that was owned by the person I did my dissertation on. So this kind of electrifying moment of the actuality of this documented person was really exciting. But so the job one of my first jobs was working between the Gothic Ivories project here and cataloguing the BM's Gothic Ivories, and that's kind of where that went. But in terms of that pressure to already know, a very common element of an interview process for a curator, but also a project curator job, will be like an object, I don't want to say test, but something with an object in front of you. And people who do well don't necessarily know everything about the object, but it's that you can demonstrate that you would know how to find out about it, or that you are comfortable talking around the object. So I don't know if this is helpful or not, but demonstrating that you would know where to go to find out that information, and that you have an awareness of just a confidence with the object, and knowing what you don't know is also really valuable. I don't know if that helps in this specific instance, but yeah, so writing out your working for the math problem, not necessarily having that final answer.
Thank you. Another question.
Hi, mine's for Jana. I was wondering if you could maybe comment on how it felt changing environment from university education and teaching to the art market. Whether there were any learning curves, obviously, because you mentioned that you were very new to it. In terms of work culture and environment and the pace of the work you were doing. Yeah.
I mean, it was, but I think for me it felt like a bit more settled, the atmosphere, the place, because I had been doing like a million things before I joined, just to kind of like have enough money to survive. So that was a shift in kind of going into the office every day, and before my time was sort of my time, and sometimes it was really intense, and other times, and you could kind of plan your own time, which that was, I think, quite the difficult shift for me, having to commute every day to an office and be there. I think for some people that would be amazing, but I think I quite like the freelance sort of just my time being my time. And I think with us, because we kind of approach our job quite academically, there was still a lot of overlap in terms of just doing a lot of research and writing and going into the library sometimes, and we have quite a good library in our gallery. So there was quite a lot of overlap. And yeah, but things were different, and you are kind of learning. But I think I was still in that time where I was doing different things, and I was learning even before that. So it's not like I did a job for 15 years and then I swapped. So for me, like, sort of everything was new anyway.
Any other questions? All the way to the back, Natalia.
Thank you for the great talks. I was wondering, you have mentioned about specialism and how in all your careers you touch all sorts of objects. And I was wondering, as you build up experience, whether you should try to really focus on the area, the specialism you're trying to work on, or if you'd recommend, for the sake of gaining experiences, giving your opinions over manuals, or you're invited to work on something that is outside your time period to give it a try.
Yeah, sure. Well, I suppose I'm still in the very general bit, and I haven't specialised yet. What I would say is that I've had over a year and a half now of working with a really vast array of objects, and I just felt personally that I was ready to go back to studying. So I'm going to do PhD in, and by their very nature, they're very specific and focused. I don't know what that will lead to and whether I'll kind of expand. I probably will expand further again after that. But I suppose for me it's been quite an organic process. I couldn't have anticipated before I started all of the benefits of working with lots of different kinds of objects. I would have said, oh, I want to work with medieval objects and nothing else. And that's not happened, and I'm glad that that's not happened. But equally now I kind of feel drawn back to something very niche. So I think it kind of flows. I think that's a theme for everyone's career, is that you can't say, I will do this and then I will do this.
Probably the big differences I think would be paintings or works on paper as opposed to three-dimensional objects. So if you're sort of in between those two things, then maybe that is a point to think about. So for example, Charlotte and I are in different departments at the British Museum. I do not have the research skills at all to work in the department that Charlotte's in, because I've never worked with works on paper, so I wouldn't know how to approach them. So I'm not qualified for that sort of job, even though it's still a medieval curatorial job. So in that respect, it might be useful if you're interested in 3D as opposed to 2D. The good thing about working on a broad collection is that you are exposed to a lot of material quite quickly, and that's also, I think, quite useful for working in the art market, because you see a lot more come up a lot. So tasks that hone quick ID skills are also quite helpful. Another thing I didn't mention is something called the Portable Antiquities Scheme and Treasure, which is a UK-wide programme to document metal detected finds. Every region has a finds liaison officer, and they have to ID metal detected finds daily. Some of them are medievalists, some aren't, but that sort of, it is a general role, but you're seeing lots of historic objects very quickly. Can be really engaging, and also does get your specialisms up to speed as well. So there can be other ways of developing specialisms whilst being a generalist.
Can I ask a very quick question? In the kind of respective sectors, do you think there's a preference in terms of recruitment for people with, let's say, a museum studies background, curating background, versus, say, an art history background? Or is it person per person?
I think it might be organisation by organisation. I think I can't speak on behalf of the Museum of London, but there are probably more museum studies graduates than art history graduates. But it's also quite dependent on the person. The fundamental thing is, like what Naomi was saying, showing your workings. I think you could probably come from nearly any background if you've got a really good way of demonstrating your ability to get to the answer, even if you don't have it right in front of you. But my sense is, from other colleagues that I have, my perception is that curatorially speaking, maybe a kind of more traditionally academic background is preferred. But from the people that I've worked with who've gone on to curatorial roles from my kind of role, they have tended to have an academic background coupled with some professional experience in a museum. That tends to be the classic.
Yeah, I agree with you that it is different depending on each museum, as well as whatever the project is. So in the most, I say recent, this was like 3 years ago, but the most recent project I've recruited someone to work with me on was the Thomas Becket exhibition that we had. So the needs of the project were relatively specific, because it was useful that you knew something about Thomas Becket or had a connection to Canterbury, or because of exactly what that was. But
you'll also say that, I mean, I said I applied to a lot of jobs. There were some jobs that I thought were not a reach at all, and I'd be really good at and not need much training, and I never heard anything back, or I got a rejection straight away. And then there were other jobs where I thought, how could I possibly get an interview for that? And I did. So I think it's really hard to predict, and it's also dependent on who is doing the hiring. So that's a bit of a non-answer really, but you never know if you don't go for it.
I think for the art market, you don't need to have studied museology or anything like that. I think it's more about your knowledge about the objects, because I think all of the kind of curatorial work that we do can be learned on the job, because we often have quite a lot of time, well, not quite a lot of time, but you'll probably, if you join as a specialist somewhere, you'll probably have some time before you do your first exhibition, and you'll get to help out on other exhibitions. So I don't think you need that as a background.
Can I quickly say that if you're applying for a museum job in a university or something though, your application may well get binned if you don't have some bit of paper saying you've done something or other. It's very sort of where they sort of seek the applicants or something. So maybe in those sorts of specialist things where people are looking for particular people, you've got a small gallery, in a bigger institution, one needs to think a bit more strategic. Well, I'm not saying more strategically, just perhaps in a different strategic way.
And in addition to that, I think the art market, because as Jana said, you see so many objects and you actually handle them and you learn to really hone your eye, also produces excellent specialists that end up being curators. So for example, in the prints and drawings department of the British Museum, our keeper Hugo Chapman had a background in the auction world, as did Sarah Fowles. So, and the other way around also happens. So people from museums end up in the art market, like Stijn Alsteins, who used to be at the Met and worked for Christie's in Paris and now goes back at Museum World at the Fondation Custodia. So there is overlap in that respect. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does certainly happen. And I think on that note, it's time for refreshment. So
No, not
no, it's
refreshment.
not. Excuse me, there's not time for refreshment.
You will get cake and refreshment, but not until after this session. So we've got, let's say, 5 minutes if anyone wants to get a bit of air or go to the loo or whatever, but then we'll start again just after 3 o'clock. And thank you.
Final session for today. I am really pleased to be chairing this session all about heritage management, both built heritage and documentary heritage. My name is Philippa Turner. I work at the National Archives. Tom asked me to just provide a little bit of context as to why I am chairing. So I'm a member of the BAA. I have been since my days as a PhD student at the University of York. I did my PhD with Tim Ayres, who some of you might know, and I finished in 2014. And I have done various things after that, including qualifying as an archivist at the University of Liverpool, and then have been at the National Archives for 5.5 years now. So my role there is not working with the collections at the National Archives, but working to help fulfil our leadership responsibilities for the archive sector in this country. And so my role is working with archives all across London and business archives all over the country. And if you'd like to know more about that, I'm very happy to talk about it later over tea and cake. But without further ado, I will introduce our first speaker of the 4 that we have in this session. And that's Jeremy Ashby, who's going to be talking, and he's currently at English Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Philippa, and thanks very much to Tom and the other organisers for inviting me to this session. It's a real privilege to be here. Should I apologise for yet another picture of Revo Abbey, which Michael Carter has already had? No, I'm not going to, and in fact there will be others, but Revo is emerging very clearly as the poster site for English heritage and for other heritage stuff. My brief is to talk about the heritage sector, and it's a very big sector. Interestingly, it spans culture and leisure, and it obviously has sort of sidelines into things like tourism, as well as looking after, culturally precious stuff. And I couldn't possibly in 15 minutes do all of it. So there's going to be quite a lot of focus on the bits that I most understand. And in particular, as Philippa has explained, I work now for English Heritage. I've actually been there for 21 years now, and I was before that for 7 years at Historic Royal Palaces, which James Spooner, who comes straight after me, is going to be talking about. So I've actually been in the first bit, the large organisations bit of heritage, I'm afraid to say, for a rather sort of paralysingly long time. And English Heritage is obviously an organisation working only within England. We have counterparts in Scotland, Historic Environment Scotland, CADU, Welsh Historical Monuments, and the National Trust, at NT, as well as Historic Royal Palaces. So actually between them, that's quite a lot of bodies. But across the country, of course, a lot of small sites run by individuals, charitable trusts and local authorities. And I put at the bottom a picture of a steam railway, but that's actually within the heritage sector as well. And that's emblematic of the fact that volunteer support is critical to the whole of the heritage sector. Even big organisations like ours couldn't do what we do without volunteers, and that's increasingly a growth area. Types of career and employer, well, I've already talked about the heritage organisations, and that's what I'm really going to be focusing on. But as was already mentioned, the acronym DCMS has already been mentioned once. The civil service is an employer within the heritage sector, as are international NGOs such as ICOMOS and UNESCO. Local authorities, museums and library departments particularly, though it is worth saying right now that that's a sector that's very badly under pressure at the moment through financial cuts that public sector organisations are increasingly having to make. Conservation officers and tourism workers, the amenity societies, and I hope we might hear a little bit more about them later on when we get to talk about historic buildings, but that's a quite important and very influential part of what I would consider to be the heritage sector. The professionals in architecture, planning, heritage consultancy, and maybe it's invidious of me to talk about the church, but actually, for medievalists, that, if you can get in, could be a very, very rewarding thing. Now, I put up that picture showing what the equivalent of me and Michael Carter would have looked like back in the 1950s.
What do you mean would have?
I suspect that both of us could dress up in tweeds and it would probably look all right. All I can say is that now the Ancient Monuments Department of the Ministry of Works in a boat at Rest Park would look very different. Not all of us would be men, and probably none of us would be wearing tweeds. Health and safety requires us to wear life jackets, but that's another story. So the bulk of what I'm going to be talking about today is English Heritage, my current employer, and actually my bit within English Heritage. My title does have curator in it, and actually after this morning I now feel a little bit more comfortable about that than I have done for ages, because actually many of the things that I and my colleagues are doing do fit within the general model that we've already been introduced to, so thank you very much, that makes me feel great. I manage 3 teams within the curatorial department of English Heritage, and the demotic version that I always use is we look after stuff and we tell people about it. And that's pretty well the important point that you need to know. The looking after stuff is the first group about it, and as you'll see, it does involve research concerning our sites and their contexts for public presentation. And that is Michael, who's already introduced us to it, and some of his colleagues. That's a team at the moment that has 9 people, and that includes 5 self-identifying medievalists, I think is probably the way to put it. But as I shall be showing, that's not the only things that they do. The people who are doing the looking after stuff, sorry, I've done that the wrong way around. The people who are doing the looking after stuff, which is another team that I manage, called Properties Curators, they're advising on the physical conservation of our monuments and buildings. And that's not in a technical sense, that's in a much more ethical sense. Essentially, to understand the significance and the vulnerability or sensitivity of our sites and making heritage management decisions based on that understanding. And that's a team of 10 people. I also manage the London Blue Plaques programme, which is really amazing job. I absolutely love it. By definition, it's got nothing really to do with medievalists. But what I would say for all of those jobs and other jobs within English Heritage is that there's a number of personal attributes, types of experience and skill that you absolutely have to have in order to discharge those responsibilities, and in no particular order: intellectual curiosity, complex reasoning, ability to collect and synthesize disparate information quickly and accurately, good visual and verbal memory, and excellent communication skills. And I know from personal experience, particularly at the Courtauld myself, but those are absolutely mapping with the kind of skills that you need to be good at the study of the Middle Ages. So what I would say is, even if what you end up going into in heritage is not directly looking at medieval stuff, you will have probably become the kind of person who would still be potentially very useful to us. And I hope that's an optimistic message rather than a worrying one in the light of what I'm about to say a bit later on about job opportunities, but we'll get to that in a minute. So the kind of things that we are looking after. English Heritage looks after 420 plus properties, around 420. And not all of them are from the Middle Ages. In fact, that estate, the oldest things are 6,000 years old, from the early Neolithic, the first settled agricultural communities in England. And the most recent things are from the 1960s, the Cold War bunker in York. So as a big timescale that we're looking at, but there are quite a lot of medieval things, and I just picked out 10 ones to look at. They were collected by us and by predecessor organisations, including the Office of Works, the Ministry of Works, the Ancient Historic Monuments Directorate of the Department of the Environment, and generally they were collected over the course of the late 19th and early 20th century because they were deemed, it was deemed that their preservation is a matter of national significance, national importance. Now those are the weasel words that we still use, and it's a quite odd thing to try to make some sense of. I think it's fair to say that for much of the history that we're talking about in the late 19th and 20th centuries, they were collected because they're actually deemed to be precious architectural examples. They physically talk about the development of building. And as you can see, quite a lot of what we're talking about here is what you would have to call high culture, the Eleanor Crosses, big castles of important royal, baronial, ecclesiastical figures, lots of ruins of great churches, and so on and so forth. And they came to us because they were, by and large, because it was deemed that these were nationally important, but that their operational life was over. They were designated as scheduled ancient monuments, and so they were collected together, and it was the state's responsibility to make sure they were looked after and made accessible for people to come and visit them. A few years ago, a previous chief executive of English Heritage realised that we'd been missing a trick when we only talked about them as being, look, honestly, these things are important, but we hadn't tried to say what they're important about. And what he particularly wanted to make the case is that actually, if you add them up, this is an amazing national collection. This is like, a great national museum spread over 420 properties, and the range of stories that it tells are potentially huge. Some of those are big, well-known stories. The Battle of Hastings happens on one of our sites. Charles Darwin wrote Origin of Species at one of our sites. But as well as the old-fashioned history of kings and queens, obviously a medieval castle was also the place where visitors from all sorts of different backgrounds might come. There were servants downstairs of all sorts of different types. A medieval monastery for men didn't not have women in it. Actually, the female story of monastic sites is quite interesting. And so, essentially, we're very interested in trying to broaden the narratives that we use these sites to talk about, which are not only the primary, as it were, reasons why we collected them. Anyway, looking again with the medievalist eye at the estate, I mean, some of the statistics are pretty good if you want to work on our things. 67 medieval castles and 63 monasteries. That's quite a big body of material to look at, 10 bishops' palaces. Below that, it sort of falls off, but even so, deserted medieval villages like Warren Percy in Yorkshire can take a lifetime to study. And, so on and so forth. I mean, it would take many lifetimes to get through and do all of the work that we need to do on all of our sites. It can be extremely rewarding. It was already talked about how curation involves growing the collection, and we are still, in a sense, we are still collecting, although very, very slowly. And we're conscious of the fact that we don't really have a great deal of a large number of important categories of sites. So we don't have a lot of agrarian buildings, we don't have a lot of industrial buildings, or anything to do with transport apart from the odd bridge. public buildings, churches and chapels, and there's whole realms of things that we think we could probably do with a few more of. But even so, we're very proud of what we have, and there's great stuff, and I can do no better than echo what Amy has said, that in those 21 years working with English heritage, people bloody love the Middle Ages, they really do. And some of our most popular sites, with the annoying exception of Stonehenge, our most popular sites are the Dover castles and the Rievaulx abbeys of the world, and endlessly, there's a vast amount we can do with them. So what actually are we doing with them? Well, I've already talked about how the two main things are looking after stuff and telling people about them. And very briefly, the looking after stuff, I'm not talking about the technical business of conservation, which I hope Jane will be able to deal with a little bit. But the properties curators are very interested in understanding how best to look after a site like Byland Abbey in Yorkshire, which was ruined from the 1530s in the time of Henry VIII, and it went through a whole load of vicissitudes. We have inherited it in a very different way to how it was left. As you see, the billiard table level lawn with strange gaps where medieval tiles have been revealed. Actually, to keep a site in stasis, which for much of our history has been the objective, is actually really a quite difficult thing to do. Ruined buildings are in themselves quite vulnerable to water getting into the wall heads and causing even very good stonework, such as we see in the Yorkshire limestone areas, to suffer. And there is a chap up in sitting in the sill of the rose window, actually just peeling off this amazing mat of moss which had just sort of grown up there. Stonework underneath it, by the way, was absolutely brilliant. One of the things that we think we have done is put the moss back, but that's another story. But we don't all necessarily keep things in stasis. That was certainly the objective of some of our predecessors until recently. But here's an example where we've changed things rather radically. Orford Castle in Suffolk, where not to put too fine a point on it, the stonework involving that brown stuff in the middle of the wall, septaria, it's a very, very friable stone. And an important part of research into that by medievalists was to look and see, well, actually, that's not how the building itself was intended to be. You can see quite clearly that from the fact that the dressed barnac stones of the buttresses and quoins stands proud of that wall, we can be pretty certain, and in fact, archaeologically we proved this, that very rough brown stone, which is so friable, would have in fact been protected with lime render, which is what we've put back at Orford Castle. This is an important part of conservation. We thought we might be burned in effigy by the people in the town for making their castle look like it's made of custard. Actually, I'm pleased to say that the yellow colour has dulled down very quickly, as it was supposed to do, and the people of Orford love us because their castle is properly looked after. So this is all great stuff. In terms of telling the story, it can get really quite sophisticated, and that's the bit that Michael and his colleagues in the historians team are very, very keen on working on. So I had to take an example that wasn't from Michael, it's one of his other colleagues, because he was just too busy in other parts of the world, otherwise we would have given this to him. Lindisfarne Priory in Northumberland, where hopefully, yes, not just Lindisfarne Gospels, which are somewhere else, but this has an incredibly precious collection of associated artefacts, which we have put in and re-displayed properly and elegantly with appropriate amounts of interpretive material to contextualize them, as well as to talk about their innate qualities in there. And that goes with, when you walk around our sites, you will see panels, sometimes, as in this instance, with reconstruction, images showing what it would once have looked like, that explain when something was built, how it was used, how it's changed over time, and a whole number of other things. Michael has already made some reference to the fact that also, he talked under publication of writing guidebooks, and once upon a time that was pretty well the only opportunity that we would have to write sort of reasonably extensively and discursively about something. But digital media has been an absolute godsend. So here is a screenshot of part of the English Heritage website, talking about Hales Abbey, which I'm afraid is one of Michael's sites. And if you were to click where it says read more about the Holy Blood of Hales, you will get a lot more of Dr. Carter explaining the significance of that very precious relic in there and how it affected the way that the site had developed over time and the way that people appreciated it. And you know, a number of bodies today have talked about the role of podcasts in there. And you know, this is certainly one of the most enjoyable things that I and my colleagues have done. And I would say we love having people from outside the English Heritage bubble to come in and do stuff. So, you know, if there is, you know, an English Heritage site or an English Heritage artifact or something like that that you are studying, do write to us and say, oi, can I come on and do a podcast, you know, for you? Because that kind of thing is absolutely lovely. And, you know, we've had some great experiences recently doing that. So, right, here's the good and the bad stuff about careers. Comparatively good stuff is that actually I would recruit, we advertise all jobs saying you must have a degree. In practice, I think almost no one will get an interview if they don't have a master's degree. It is still not compulsory to have a doctorate, and long may that remain. I absolutely don't want that to become the entry level for all of this. And though Michael said, yes, all the members of the historians team at the moment do have doctorates, you could absolutely do the job in an exemplary way without one. And typically we would start people around 35,000, not 35 pounds, 35,000 pounds. It's also, I hope that it would, 35 pounds as it was in the 12th century. I hope that some people will see it as a benefit, that by definition the work that we do is multidisciplinary. Regardless of what your discipline is, you are going to have to know about history, art history, architectural history, archaeology, and all sorts of other things in order to talk constructively about our sites. And for me, and I hope I speak for some of my other colleagues, I mean, one of the other most important things about it is it has very high impact or social value. You're definitely going to be communicating, with many hundreds of thousands of people per year, and probably millions of people over the lifetime of a piece of interpretation. And these are people from all over the world. So that is quite a big deal. What you are doing potentially may change lives. However, there is a downside. It's not famously an easy sector to break into. You have to demonstrate enthusiasm, knowledge, but ideally some experience. And I must at this point break off. When Eva was talking about, working in the stockroom of Mango, I am now going to admit for the first time there are 2 missing years in my CV when I worked in a shop. And I absolutely have to say that if I were applying now, I'd put that stuff front and centre, because there is always, when appointing someone, yes, we're interested in how good their academic knowledge is, but not to put too fine a point on it, there's always some suspicion that we might be appointing a Latin-spouting alien with absolutely no person skills. And the fact that you've actually managed to hold down a job with that kind of flexibility in it shows that you have the kind of hinterland which actually is going to stand you in very good stead. I think lots of us in discussion could talk about about transitions into and out of academia and heritage. But suffice to say, some people move straight from academia into heritage very well, and I've appointed people immediately post-doc, I've appointed people before they finish their PhD and other stuff like that, and it's gone absolutely terrifically. I've also interviewed people that I'm afraid to say I just couldn't give a job to, because they seem to have no conception of the fact that I'm interested in their study of 15th century polyphonic music up to a point, but basically the job we've got to do is to interpret Conisbrough Castle, and the candidate's got to be able to show at least some knowledge that that's what they're going to have to be able to do. And certainly, the opportunity of getting your research out there to a mass audience, it doesn't come without certain conditions, that the research that you have will be mediated by other people from outside the academic bubble, professional interpretation people, for example, the press and PR office Michael has been talking about. And basically you've got to embrace that people will be interested in what you say, but they need to adapt it for a mass audience that doesn't necessarily know a vast amount of this before they encounter your material. And some people find that quite hard to deal with.
Jeremy, 2 minutes.
Yep, okay. Penultimate slide. People do stay in jobs for a long time, so there isn't a huge amount of churn in them, no doubt about it. So, those are the negatives. Penultimate slide. Just to say, when everything comes together, it can be satisfying in a way that it was just impossible to underestimate. And here are 2 very radical projects that we've done within the last 5 years. Putting in a very new pedestrian bridge at Tintagel Castle and putting in new facilities at Clifford's Tower in York, of a very, very modern style. The thing that links these 2 projects is neither of them would have been possible without the intervention at the right moment from a medievalist who said, we understand the history of these sites, we understand the significance of these sites, and we can do these things without damaging any of that. And, that's a quite big deal. It pushes the envelope. So, the last slide. Well, I hope you've at least got some sense of what we do, and, apologies or no apologies for coming back to Rievaulx Abbey. I hope this doesn't sound too smug, but here are some people whose job requires them to be at Rievaulx Abbey on a glorious sunny afternoon. You would, wouldn't you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. We did start a little bit late, but we're going to kind of go quickly on now to our second speaker. It's a pleasure to introduce Jane Spooner from the Courtauld, who's going to be talking about building and conservation.
Okay. So, I got myself into a bit of a tangle thinking about what I was going to talk about today, because my career trajectory has not been particularly straightforward, and I didn't have a particular idea in my mind about what I wanted to do. But when I did my art history degree, so I'm just going to talk about my own experience, but bring to light some of the skills that are required for the different jobs I've done. And I hope it's useful. And of course, I'm based here at the Courtauld, so if you're Courtauld students and you want to talk further with me about careers in conservation, I'm very happy to do that. Just make an appointment with me. Okay, so I'm here today to talk about careers in art conservation, the buildings conservation, which I could talk about, sort of it appeared on the sheet today. So, but I will touch on that briefly. So I'm talking about careers in art conservation, given that I now teach on the Courtauld's MA in wall painting conservation. However, my career has been a little more complicated than the current job would suggest. But principally, common themes in my working life have been a love of history and a love of built and painted heritage. I've always been fascinated by how buildings and paintings are made and what they can tell us about how people lived in the past and how they relate to us as viewers and occupants today and into the future. Medieval buildings and paintings have also been common themes throughout my scholarly life as well, and my early introduction to medieval art history was in my undergraduate degree at Warwick University, where I was taught by, amongst others, Professor Richard Morris. He took us on inspiring visits up into the dusty roof spaces of cathedrals and on a madcap minibus tour of the palaces and castles of the Loire Valley. There's an image of Chinon Castle, which we visited. That might seem irrelevant, but it just sparked something which actually did have an impact on my later career. After finishing my degree, I took a qualification in heritage interpretation. It was a postgraduate diploma in the 90s. Most vocational postgraduate courses were diplomas, they're now mostly called MAs. And that was in heritage interpretation, mostly because I didn't really know what to do with my art history degree when I finished. We had next to no careers advice. as an undergraduate art historian. And so I thought, I want to work in museums and galleries, I'll do a heritage interpretation diploma. And I was fortunate enough to get a grant from my school, of all places. It was a comprehensive, so that was pretty amazing that I had that opportunity. And this included a long curatorial work placement at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Ghent in Belgium. And whilst there, I saw conservation taking place on medieval wall and easel paintings, and I must say I was completely hooked, and my interest in contemporary art faded away, and I saw the light. And so that rather crappy picture of a wall painting there, that's actually a picture I took in the 1990s when I suddenly began to discover medieval wall paintings in Ghent. As soon as I finished my placement and the Heritage Interpretation course, I searched for information about wall painting conservation. The Courtauld MA was previously taught on a 3-year cycle, and I'd missed the admissions deadline. I also, crucially, had absolutely no money, and I needed to earn my keep. I was taken on as an apprentice wall paintings conservator at Canterbury Cathedral, an opportunity which sadly no longer exists, although there are apprenticeships with some heritage organisations and professional conservation companies now, which are the equivalent. As a very inexperienced conservator with no academic training in conservation, I was mostly involved in documenting condition photography and was slowly introduced to practical skills under very close supervision. As a practical conservator, you need a steady hand, good eyesight, and endless patience. You also need to understand your limitations. I was very aware that the medieval wall paintings at the cathedral were a fragile inheritance, and that anything I did required supervision by experienced personnel, preliminary research, and the utmost care. Much of the job was also about explaining what we were doing, communicating with clergy, the surveyor of the fabric, tour guides, and the visiting public. That principle holds true about most jobs in conservation. When the in-house conservation workshop was disbanded, I continued for 5 years as an assistant freelance conservator, travelling from job to job, developing my practical skills and understanding. And eventually I was lucky enough to receive a grant to attend an international mid-career training course in Transylvania, working on medieval wall paintings. There I enhanced my understanding of the academic side of conservation training and made valuable friendships within the international conservation community. And I want to emphasise really something that my colleagues have said, is that networking and making contacts is absolutely crucial to developing your own career. Not just as a support group, you'll need that, but also as a way of making connections and seeing opportunities. Whilst I worked on wall paintings of all eras, the majority of my conservation employment was working on medieval wall paintings. My interest in medieval art and architectural history led me to take a self-funded break from freelancing. I've managed to save enough doing my freelancing work for 1 year. And I applied for the brilliantly named Spectacle of Romance Medieval Art History MA at the Courtauld, taught by the wonderful Paul Crossley. We studied the palaces, castles, chapels, and interior decoration of the kings of England, France, and Bohemia during the 13th and 14th centuries. Then hence me showing you an image of Beaumaris Castle, one of the castles we studied, and one of Edward I's chain of extraordinary fortifications in North Wales. And finally, after much prevarication, I was accepted onto the Conservation of Wall Paintings MA, and it was then called a postgraduate diploma. And I was lucky enough to be fully funded by the British Academy. And I'm just showing you a couple of images of my cohort wearing safety masks, and on one of our 6-week fieldwork trips in Cyprus with our supervisors Stephen Rickaby and the church priest Papandreas. On the course we learned material science, a global history of materials and techniques of wall paintings, evaluating how to evaluate the significance of wall paintings, the impact of environmental conditions and the latest word in designing and undertaking treatment methodologies. Documentation and report writing were also key professional skills. Both of these postgraduate courses played an enormous role in defining the rest of my working life, and it's fair to say that I could not have done any of my succeeding jobs without them. I knew that ultimately I wanted a more stable position than that of travelling freelancer, and eventually took a role with the Church of England, advising on grants for conservation work to church buildings and works of art. This job required skills in evaluating the national picture of conservation through casework, working with clergy and specialist committees, negotiating for funding and for heritage concerns to be valued alongside the needs of the working church. And this also is where that being able to communicate with people who aren't specialists in your area is really crucial, because if you're advocating for works of art or for historic buildings as a heritage professional, you need to be able to speak to non-specialists. And in the case of this job, I had to spend a huge amount of my time negotiating with local parishes and also with clergy whose main concern was not looking after the artwork or the buildings. I'd always loved palaces, castles, and also the intangible history connected with them. So when my illustrious predecessor at the Tower, Jeremy Ashby, vacated his post there, I applied and got the absolute dream job. The art history MA in castle architecture was crucial in this role, as large parts of the Tower of London were built by Henry III and Edward I, as well as their predecessors and successors. But my wall paintings conservation training also meant that I had skills in building archaeology and conservation, which also proved incredibly valuable. And just to point out that the condition of a wall painting is completely dependent on the condition of the building that it's painted on, and that's the link between wall painting and building conservation. Much of my work related to researching, understanding and communicating with a variety of audiences in person and digitally about the tangible and intangible history of the buildings I was responsible for. This included writing statements of significance, briefing documents for archaeologists, and being the historian on project teams for large-scale, multi-thousand or multiple million-pound construction repair projects, such as the conservation of the White Tower external elevations, which was another dream project to work on. I also got to curate exhibitions and displays at the Tower and Banqueting House in Whitehall and prepare conservation management plans. Given the volume of work, part of my job was also to mentor and train assistant curators, something which eventually developed into a senior management role as head of historic buildings for all 6 properties for historical palaces. And I'm just showing you this rather eccentric selection of pictures. So that's obviously the beautiful White Tower, the conservation project of which I worked on, and also the project to design the timber stairs. A slightly weird picture of myself, Lucy Worsley and Tracy Borman in a lockdown digital activity where we were doing a live interview broadcast to, I think it's something like 5,000 people, which was absolutely terrifying, but Tracy and Lucy are complete pros with that kind of thing. So, and then the other slightly terrifying but also very fun thing I did, which was instigated by Jeremy actually, was descending down into the well of the Tower of London as well. So you get to do some really fun things and see buildings really close up with that kind of job. Like Jeremy before me, I developed an obsession with the medieval wall paintings of the Tower, and I'm showing you a screenshot of a Google Arts and Culture page of the wall painting there. Midway through my job at Historic Royal Palaces, I embarked on a part-time PhD in the art and material history of late 14th century wall paintings. And this painting was one of the case studies. It's really hard work studying for a PhD at the same time as doing a full-on job. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not sure I recommend it as a sensible thing to do. But I always loved my topic, and in the long run, it really helped me in my career and to enhance my career at the time and to help me with my future career. It's also true to say that not many conservators have PhDs, and this gave me an advantage when applying for academic teaching roles. Typically, good practical and theoretical conservation training courses are 3 years long or more. You don't need a PhD to be a good wall paintings conservator or a good curator. But you do need a thorough recognised training to be a properly qualified as an independent professional conservator. I now teach on the Courtauld's MA in Wall Paintings Conservation, and this course includes training on medieval wall paintings, such as these at Longthorpe Tower. You can see a normal and ultraviolet light close-up of the figure of Roisin at Longthorpe and students examining the murals with microscopes. My experience has been in wall paintings and building conservation roles, but we also teach easel paintings conservation at the Courtauld, and that's a practical course, and also a theoretical art history and conservation course on Buddhist heritage. The easels and walls courses include major periods of time carrying out practical work on real paintings under supervision, and the Buddhist MA includes an extended study trip abroad. Here are some wall painting students from recent years and one of my colleagues working on site in Malta, Cyprus and India. I hope I've given you some insight into working in the field of conservation, both through my own experience and in highlighting the particular conservation programmes we teach at the Courtauld. And I just want to end with saying this is a good place to look if you're wanting information about conservation careers in general and guidance for applying for jobs in the field in all kinds of areas, not just wall painting courses, stone conservation, archaeology conservation, wood conservation. And a good place to look for jobs is the Conservation Dis List, which now is the Conservation Global Forum, but I will supply those details later on. And to sum up, the lifestyle of a wall painting conservator is very itinerant. It can be glamorous, it can also be very cold and wet. It's challenging, it's hugely personally rewarding. Not so rewarding on the salary front. You do this job mostly for love. You can make a reasonable living if you run your own company. In fact, you can make very good money if you're running your own company. But your starting salary can be anything between 20 to 35,000. It depends how much work you get and who you work for. Employment, most graduates of the wall paintings course have stayed in the conservation field as hands-on wall painting conservators, conservation managers in heritage organisations, as preventive conservators working with environmental conditions, and also as conservation scientists, depending on their background, whether they have a background in science or not. Transferable skills include academic scholarship, material science, building conservation skills as well, skills in problem diagnosis and strategic planning, and report writing, and very importantly, networking and team working. So I'm going to end there.
Thank you very much, Jane. I'll quickly go on to our third speaker, Andrew Darrick, who's going to be talking about heritage consultancy, and Andrew is at Architectural History Practice. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And my apologies, first of all, for being a man wearing a tweed jacket. But we'll set that aside. And my second apology is I've got no illustrations. You've just got a talking head. I'm just going to be talking about buildings and the conservation, or rather the management of change in the historic environment. If that floats your boat, keep listening. If not, well, think of other things. I have an unusual career trajectory, I suppose. I graduated from the Courtauld, like some other speakers, over 40 years ago. And at that time, I think it was 1981 I graduated, and that was a time of economic recession. I applied, I think, for 125 jobs before I got one. And for some obscure masochistic reason, I've still got all the rejection letters. Well, it's curious, all one to know that actually people reply to job applications there, which you'll be lucky to get now. But from time to time I leaf through these refusals and just think of the roads not travelled and the way things could have gone. And it was serendipitous in a way that I ended up with in historic buildings and heritage and the planning world. I was most interested in architecture at Courtauld. I was a medievalist. I studied under Peter Kidston and George Gajewski and Peter Lascaux. People like that. Had a wonderful time. But I wasn't. I didn't want to do postgraduate work, and I left with a BA, and I left academic world behind at that point. As I say, I applied for 125 jobs, and the first one I got was one which doesn't feature on the CV. It's another missing 2 years. But again, in retrospect, I think probably it is one I would add to the CV now. Happily, I haven't written CV for many years and don't intend to now. But my first job was very loosely medieval. It was a job with the London Brass Rubbing Centre, which was my first paid job after leaving, and which is now in the crypt of St Martin in the Fields, but at that time it was at St James's Piccadilly, and mainly American tourists came along and did rubbings of replicas of medieval monumental brasses. They are often slightly confused and discombobulated when they're told what the brasses were, and had some very curious requests, and people were asked, for example, once they got the idea of it as a commemoration of a dead individual, well, have you got JFK or Marilyn Monroe? And I thought, oh, there's a career opportunity. One I missed. But the first job that came up, which was broadly aligned with my interests and took me into the world of buildings and heritage management, was at the Georgian Group. And Jeremy mentioned the National Amenity Societies. Certainly then, and I think to some extent still, they are a gateway into the world of conservation and historic building. They are sort of campaigning organisations, and so if you're interested in getting into the world of sort of getting into campaigning mode, and as I was in the early 80s, this was a period when Spitalfields was being encroached upon by the City of London, and all the Huguenot houses of Spitalfields were under threat, and there were occupations, and it was all very exciting. Georgian Group had its office in Spitalfields, and that's where I started off. I was given an interview by Eleanor Murray, who was the secretary at the time, and she said, well, can you read architects' plans? And I said, yes, hoping desperately she wouldn't produce one to ask me to decipher, which she didn't. She offered me the job. I stayed there 2 or 3 years, and that was the gateway to a job at English Heritage, which I should say is not the same, isn't these days the same English Heritage as Jeremy and Michael have been talking about. There it was, the organisation consisted of the side we've heard about, which was maintaining and managing the National Collection. It wasn't called that then, it was called Properties in Care at the time, which sounded rather like they were hospital patients. But the side which looked after that, and then there was the conservation side, which looked after heritage listing, advice to local authorities on applications for listed building consent, grants and that sort of thing. That's the bit I went into, and very nobly English Heritage, or that bit which is now called Historic England, put me on a course, a postgraduate diploma, as it was then called, in building conservation. So that's where I picked up the nuts and bolts of planning law, legislation, the technical stuff about building decay that I didn't learn at the Courtauld, how to spot and deal with dry rot and that sort of thing. So that was done. I was lucky the English Heritage supported me through that. They gave me the time off and they paid my fees. Happy days. But that was at the Architectural Association, a course which no longer exists, but there are many such courses, and I would say that if you want to go into this world, to have what's normally now an MA in building conservation is pretty much a prerequisite in most of the jobs that get advertised ask for this now. And if you go to the Institute of Historic Buildings, Institute for Historic Buildings Conservation, IHBC website, you'll find a long list of courses which are available, part-time courses, MA courses, which you can pursue alongside any other professional development or any other work you're doing, assuming your employer allows for that. So I was working at English Heritage / Historic England for 20 years, and then they had one of their periodic restructurings, which I dare say other colleagues here may bear the scars of some of these things. I was the beneficiary of one of those restructurings. It allowed me I was restructured out of existence and went over to the private sector, or the dark side, as I was told by several of my colleagues, because there is an assumption that if you're working for applicants, developers, you've sold your soul and integrity, and there are those who have done that. But I would like to think that the architectural history practice is not one of those organisations. We started off in the late 90s by somebody who was an accountant who had a kind of midlife crisis and decided he wanted to become an architectural historian for some bizarre reason. So he did a Courtauld PhD, and then he set up with a guy called Frank Kelsall, who some of you may know, set up this independent or private consultancy, which was then a new thing. There weren't many of them, but it turns out that they were actually quite prescient. It's been a growth industry. Heritage consultancy is basically, well, if you're the owner or a manager of a historic building, usually privately owned, and you want to change it in any way, or you want a grant for anything, you need to produce a historical report, basically, and that's where people like me get approached to write heritage statements or conservation management plans, it's a means to an end. It's applied architectural history, and the ends are usually either planning permission or money, which is in the form of grants. That's why people tend to come to us. So I've been doing this now for about 20 years. The trajectory therefore covers the charitable sector, the public sector, and now the private sector. So I've worked in all three areas. So if any of you have a particular interest in one or the other, I'd be happy to discuss the pros and cons of each. I would say coming to the private sector towards the end of my career is the better way around from my point of view, because I work on my own most of the time. That may not be what you want to do in the early stages of your career. It's not so good for career development. But by the time you get to your 40s and 50s, you're quite happy to opt out of endless, interminable meetings and unnecessary emails that you're copied into from other departments, and to move to a kind of sole trader role suits at that stage in your career, but it certainly wouldn't have suited in my 20s or 30s. But how do you get in? That's an interesting question. There are internships available. Save Britain's Heritage, if you're interested in the campaigning role of architectural preservation, they run a couple of internships. The Church's Conservation Trust, which looks after and manages a large number of redundant, mainly medieval, parish churches, has internships as well. So that can give you an entree. People like us, the architectural history practice, we haven't done so recently, but we have in the past recruited graduates and postgraduates as associates in the practice, who help with archival work and research, and then get their feet in, sort of dip their feet in the water with the world of planning, and that tends to be a starting salary of about 25,000, 30,000, not great money, but they've all moved on to other things. mostly with organisations like the National Trust, Historic England. There are routes through. Everybody's talked about networking and just firing off applications to all and sundry. There are architects' practices who need people like you, people who could look at a building and can analyse it and understand it. And as a medievalist, I would say that you're often looking at buildings for which documentary evidence is scant, and you've got to try and use your eyes and understand the building, and that's a transferable skill. You won't necessarily, if you work in my sector, be working with medieval buildings very much at the time or at all. But those skills that you might acquire are very readily transferable. But yes, so I've been given a 2-minute warning. So, what I would say is, be prepared and to embrace variety if you want to go into this line of work. No 2 days are the same. This last week I looked at Westminster Cathedral Conservation Management Plan. That's one job I'm on. Another one is the adaptation of a garrison built for the Crimean War, conversion of the buildings to residential use. And the other one was an appeal regarding some garish illuminated signs on the seafront at Southend. So, nothing if not variety. So don't go into it if you want just to study Romanesque portals of the 1130s, because they come up very seldom. But as I say, the skills, and if you want to go into that life, if you want to embrace that variety, it will be a very rewarding job. So I think I better stop there.
Thank you very much, that's great. Last but by no means least, we're going to talk about archives. Archives are not least, and they should never be last, really. So I'm really pleased to be able to introduce Alex Buchanan from the University of Liverpool. It's one of my former tutors, so it's extra nice. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks. Well, I'm very aware that I'm standing between you and tea, so I will endeavour to be as brief as possible. But thank you very much, Tom, for organising this. So, I'm Alex Buchanan, as Philip's just said, and I'm the Programme Director of the Masters in Archives and Records Management at the University of Liverpool, and I've been there for a scarily long time now. Working backwards through my career, previously I was the archivist of the Clothworkers Company, which was one of the City of London guilds that's already been mentioned. There my title was archivist, but I was really archivist, records manager, curator, librarian, website designer. They're very small companies. Anything that you look as though you can do, you will be landed with. So it's useful that being an archivist gives you lots of transferable skills. I wasn't primarily working with medieval stuff, but the medieval stuff hadn't really been catalogued, so I did get to catalogue documents going back to the 13th century. Most of the time my paleography was to read them in order to tell the lawyers what they said, because the Clothworkers Company owns a lot of the City of London and makes its money through things like rights of light. So I had to be able to tell people what rights they had were you allowed to carry a ladder down this passage in the 16th century might have implications financially today. So I did use my paleography skills quite a lot. Previously to that, I'd been the assistant archivist at Lambeth Palace Library, which I thought would be my absolute dream job. I mean, we're all aware of manuscripts that Lambeth holds. I very rarely got to see them. They've all been catalogued. I know the catalogue is inadequate, but they have all been catalogued, sufficient for scholars to be able to find them. They don't go out on exhibition that much, because at that stage, it's all very different now, but at that stage we didn't have good conditions. So they went out occasionally for the Archbishop of Canterbury, but you can't really ethically pull the Lambeth Bible off the shelves and start flicking through the sheets just because you're interested. Most of my cataloguing was on Archbishop Ramsay's papers. I got the wonderful year of 1968. He was the chairman for the Commission on Racial Equality, and so he was getting lots of disgusted from Tunbridge Wells letters with the Rivers of Blood speech Enoch Powell. So I got a lot of insight into some really interesting things that archives can tell you, but it really wasn't my period at all. I was a medievalist, I'd done my PhD on 19th century stuff, but with a very medieval focus, but it was really, really interesting. I also, because I was an architectural historian, played an important part in a digitisation project. We had enough funding to digitise the Incorporated Church Building Society archive, so I had to do lots of copyright research to find out who the architects were and were they still alive and did they mind us doing the digitisation and promoting that as a resource. So that did feed on my architectural history knowledge, and obviously most of them were medieval buildings before they were extended in the 19th century, so there was a bit of medieval but not central to what I was doing. In order to get those jobs, I had done a postgraduate diploma in Archives and Records Management at UCL. That was after my PhD, so originally I went into art history and history joint honours, wanting to be the dress curator at the V&A. That was my ambition. I wanted to work in the costume department. I got distracted in my first year into medieval architecture and never really looked back. I was lucky enough to get funded to do my MA and my PhD. I was the first year of 1+4s. And at the end of my PhD, which was a very archival PhD, I was really interested in 14th century vaults. I started reading about them. Pretty much the only thing written about them at the time was Robert Willis's 1841 article on vaults. I started finding out about him. There's a footnote in Pevsner's architectural writers of the 19th century that said there's a lot of papers in Cambridge, a student in search of a thesis might find them rewarding. So I ran over to Christopher Wilson and said, I want to do Robert Willis, I want to do Robert Willis. I said, "Oh, what a good idea." So I went off to Cambridge to look at the papers. They were indeed very rewarding, but they were a really interesting archive in as much as his literary executor had given bits of the archive to anybody he thought was a jolly good chap. So it ended up all over the place. It wasn't all in the Cambridge University Library. And the provenance research that I had to do to find out where the rest of it was got me really interested in why do archives end up where they are, and what can we do to make them more accessible, enable people to find things? Because you shouldn't have to do the sort of detective work that I had to do to find things. They were all catalogued as different things. They weren't catalogued as Robert Willis's papers. I had to do lots of detective work to find them. And then I cobbled together some sort of patchwork work for the next year after I finished my PhD. I didn't have the money background or the confidence to feel that I could build a career as a freelancer. I felt I needed more security. So the question about family support and stuff is a big one. I had no support that would enable me to feel that I had the confidence to just hang on in there. So I wanted something that was a bit more stable. I did then get a proper postdoc in Cambridge, where I was cataloguing Robert Willis's papers, but I was always thinking, what am I going to do? Because it was pretty clear at that stage in the early 90s when art history was retracting in a lot of universities. Most of my friends who were doing PhDs at the same time as me weren't getting jobs. It was just as bad then as I think people feel it is now. So I didn't feel I could hang on in there until I could get an academic job. I had to look for an alternative. I thought about museums curation, because obviously that had been my first love and what I'd wanted to do. I'd spent most of my teenage years volunteering in our local art gallery, and that's what I thought I'd want to do. But then I met the archivist of Cambridge University, and she was a wonderful woman, and I thought I want to be just like her. So she told me what I had to do to become an archivist, and so I went off and became the archives assistant at the Borthwick Institute, which was a one-year internship. These sorts of internships do still exist. They were few and far between then, they're few and far between now, but if you've got a PhD, you're peculiarly well suited to going into getting one of these internships there. They are contested, but if you've got a PhD, that does stand you aside. So I did that, and then I did the postgraduate diploma. I didn't get on it the first time I applied, though. I was seen as a failed academic who didn't really want to be an archivist, so I had to prove myself for a year that I really, really did want to be an archivist. I think when I first talked to them at UCL, they thought that I didn't really know what archives was, and they were right. I did probably see it as an alternative way of pursuing historical research in my specialist area. I did probably think that it involved quite a lot of manuscripts curation. I particularly focused in my postdocs on cataloguing. I catalogued papers at the RIBA, and then I catalogued Robert Willis's papers at the Cambridge University Library. So I'd only had a very narrow experience of what the career involves. I didn't think it was dirty and dusty, and actually that would have attracted me if I thought it was, but some people do. It can be, but not most of the time. So that's what it isn't. What it is, and we've been badged heritage in this section, but it's really part of the information management world. Some of the jobs are within heritage organisations, but some of them are not for organisations that are primarily defined in terms of heritage. So it isn't just about the past. It's ensuring the accessibility of records for whatever purpose people might need them. And that might be keeping organisations running and legal. That's what I was doing at the Cloth Workers Company. My job was vital to making sure, at that stage it was still defined by its 1527 charter. So whenever they wanted to do something, I had to establish whether they could do it by looking across several hundred years of history to see whether that had come up in the past and what had they done about it then. They've now got a new charter, so that's not so much part of the archivist's role now. You need to make things available for research, but you're not really using research skills that much in the kind of PhD level of research. It's more about finding out, being nosy, doing detective work. It can be part of the leisure industry. Many of our users are doing family history, local history for their own benefit. You need to be interested in that. You need to really want to support them in doing that. If your idea of hell is hearing somebody's family history for the 100th time, this is possibly not a job for you if you're working in the desk side of things, and many jobs will involve running a reading room. But also evidence for all sorts of purposes. Medical records, we all depend on those, they're managed by records managers. Social justice purposes, human rights, all depends on good evidence and records. And that was something that really appealed to me, that kind of ethical side to it. What I loved about the job was it was always varied. You really are a jack of all trades, particularly if you're a sole archivist. You're not working on your own because you're very much part of an organisation, but you have to turn your hands to everything, from writing policies to cataloguing, putting on exhibitions, writing notes and menus, trying to think what might be interesting to the current master, really advocating for the collection. There was always something new to learn. Every time you opened a document, there would be something else, and you wanted to be able to think of the widest possible set of uses for that. It involves lots of detective work and finding out, but you're mainly doing this to help other people. So whereas with curation, you may be telling a story, archivists don't do that much interpretation. They're trying to provide enough context to let other people tell whatever stories they want to do. So you're not telling people what to think, you're enabling people to find things so they can tell their own stories. It's very multi-transdisciplinarity. People use archives for virtually everything. So if you're not interested in somebody who wants to know about meteorology or how the records that you've got might be used for predicting future climate change, the real kind of benefit for the job for me was thinking, oh, that's really interesting. And it's amazing how many possible uses archives have. You're doing a lot of problem solving. Records are about people and you want to solve their problems. So good record keeping helps organisations work. You're preserving and sharing some fascinating materials. Everything I looked after I could find fascinating. You're doing lots of teamwork, potentially lots of project work. So if you like ticking things off on a list, most jobs involve some sort of project, so that's good. It also appeals to the geek in me. I'm not purely geeky. You do have to be able to communicate, etc. But cataloguing is quite geeky, and that really appealed to me. Have most of the time good attention to detail, and I know it matters. And it mattered to me that you could work in quite ethical organisations. I didn't want to work for a commercial or capitalist organisation. There are archivists who work in businesses. There are really, every organisation keeps records, so there is a record-keeping role for anybody and for every sector, but I wanted to work in charitable or learning institutions, and there are lots of jobs in those areas. And it is pretty much a 9-to-5 job. It depends on the nature of your job, but the ones that I had started at 9 o'clock and finished at 5 o'clock. That gave me lots of time to pursue my own research purely as a hobby. My partner at the time was an academic, so I did stay sort of in the academic environment. I kept going to things like the BAA conference, I kept giving papers, but it wasn't really with the thought to developing an academic career, it's because I loved it. And then I had a very, very supportive boss, and again, the networking thing, I had kept in touch with my tutor on the Archives and Records Management programme. When she retired, they needed some cover for her teaching, so I got to do a bit of teaching at UCL, and then the job at Liverpool came up. Because I already had that kind of signs of life that Julian was talking about, I'd kept up the publications, I had enough publications to apply for a job, and I got it, so that was great. It is a sector in which there's a lot of employment. Everybody who comes off our programme does get work in the sector, but it may not be the perfect job. There aren't that many jobs, so it might not be the job that they went into the sector thinking that they were going to get. But hopefully we've broadened people's perspective on what sorts of jobs are out there and how interesting they can be. So these are some examples of colleagues I know who've got medieval PhDs who are working in the sector, and you can see there's quite a range of jobs there, from records managers, librarians, more policy-focused roles. That link there I'll share with Tom, but that's another Careers for Medievalists on YouTube. So if you'd like to see a medievalist talking about what they do as an archivist, that's a link for you there. The main route is an accredited master's, accredited by the Archives and Records Association, and those are the list of places that have accredited master's programmes. If you've already got a PhD, you don't need to do the full master's. I've only got the PG Dept, you don't need the full master's. There are apprenticeships, they are just being launched, so that's a fairly new way in. Further details on the National Archives website, although the apprenticeship is not run by the National Archives. It's also possible to become a registered archivist, i.e. a professional archivist, through practice. So if your specialist knowledge can enable you to get a job in a specialist archive, and there are still a few people with those sorts of jobs, you can then apply for registration through the Archives and Records Association. But I wouldn't aim for that as a way in, it's pretty rare, and it would also limit your job opportunities afterwards. So thinking about what programme you might want to go, they're all quite different, so do look at them. It may be like me, you're limited by geography. I lived in London, I couldn't afford to move, so I did the UCL course. It probably wasn't the best one for me, but it gave me the qualification and it didn't really matter. But mainly look to see whether it's accredited. That shows that it covers all the core skills, and all the programmes that are accredited cover all the core skills in different ways. Think about what it offers. They all require a certain amount of pre-course experience. They all offer placements, but see what do they really offer. Be critical and ask. And what do the students think about it? What you need to come onto the programme, you can have any disciplinary background. I know here we're all medievalists, but we like anybody. It really doesn't matter. Archives are about everything. You do need to have sufficient pre-course professional experience. This isn't the programmes being gatekeepers. This is what you need to go into the profession. We need to be confident that the career is right for you, that you don't think you're going to be sitting in a basement cataloguing medieval manuscripts all day. You won't be. You need to know what the job's really like. You're taking on an additional expense, and ethically we want to know that that's worth it for you. So you really need to know what the job offers, what's involved. It offers the practical context for the theoretical learning that you will get on the programme. It's only a one-year programme, there's only so much we can cover. It gives you real life experience to draw on, and it really supports your employability. Having said that, having a PhD also really supports your employability. I think the most interesting jobs can go to people with PhDs, so it does advantage you. There aren't many of us in the profession still with PhDs, so it does set you aside. We're also looking for your skills and aptitudes. Are you willing to learn? It's very frustrating when people come in with a PhD and they think they know it all. Are you customer focused? And customers really are everybody. It's not just the elite audiences of a Martin Randall tour. Are you service orientated and wanting to offer a good service to everybody, from children to OAPs, whatever? Do you have that good attention to detail? Are you a good communicator? You need to write things. Cataloguing is writing. You need to be able to write reports, etc. But you also need to be able to do talks and so forth. Are you good at seeing what the problems are, what the issues are, and solving those problems? Do you have a can-do attitude? Everything's digital now, whether you're digitising material or whether you're dealing with born digital material. All records that are being produced today pretty much are digitally from the point of birth. So can you manage that? And again, I think it's the sort of skills that you get as a medievalist can be really good for born digital material. And are you likely to be professional? You're going into a professional world. So this is me. If anybody has any further questions about being an archivist and you've got to rush off, please do get in touch with me. I'd be delighted to offer guidance such as I can. So thank you very much.